Welcome in, everybody! It's time for another night of the AEL University Elite Series here with Marvel Rivals! And it's brought to you by Matsy and TwoTapTony! The people have spoken, and you are here, Tony.
I made it. They pulled me out from behind the curtain, and I'm back for another cast, I guess. That's
right. We've pulled you out, a wild card, break it in, and definitely excited to have you on board here this evening, Mr. Tony. You know, I think we got some great matches ahead of us, and I can't wait for what we're going to be able to see. But you know what we are going to be seeing right now? It's AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But there's something else you need to think about. Something else brand new. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And of course, we do have Indomie as well, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Matt, again, shout out all our lovely sponsors. It's feels good to be here.
Oh yeah, feels great to be here. And let's take a look at how our series has been going so far. Here's the standings. We've got UNSW up top, RMIT close behind there. And what do we have next? It's QUT, pretty close behind as well. Their only difference being games lost and won there. So really crazy to see how tight this competition is so far. And one in the same, you know, UTS looking pretty solid here as well. And one in the same with Macquarie. But Swinburne and Deacon are going to be down the bottom there. Deacon, you know, I feel like it's the one that got away with them. They're always so close to a victory, and it just slips. It just slips. I really hope, for their sake, that this is their week. Because I feel like at this point, they've worked so hard for it. They deserve at least one.
Yeah, they definitely deserve at least one victory on the board. Swinburne as well, I feel like they've also come very close, right? 1-4. There's been a few close games and a few close calls, and that's why I guess the middle of the pack sits so evenly, right? We've got 3-2s across the board for RMIT, QUT, UTS, and Monash. So, of course, UNSW at the top. I feel like, as you know, we've spoken in the interviews, we've seen the play UNSW definitely earning that top spot, and probably, I was going to say, wanting to keep a hold of that one, because I imagine one team wants to take them down, and it's any of the ones that they have to verse.
Yeah, that's right. But let's take a look at how things are going to shape up for today, Tony. We have, kicking things off, it's Deacon taking on RMIT. My goodness, that is going to be tough competition. I wanted them to win this week. Now I'm not so sure, Tony. I'm kind of scared for what they're facing, to be honest. Because RMIT, I feel, as the season has progressed, have really shaped up to be one of our top contenders here. So I'm scared. But you know what? My hope is still with Deacon that they can take away one victory. I don't know if it'll be today, but I'm hopeful for them. I'm hopeful. But next up, it's Swinburne and Monash. Definitely hot to the trot there once again. Great competition on its way through. UTS, UNSW, 9 p.m. there, the team to beat. But 10 p.m. it's going to be QUT and Macquarie. So, very keen to see how this is all going to shape up, Mr. Tony.
Yeah, these should be some exciting games. As you said, you know, we really want to see a Deacon win on the board. But yeah, going against RMIT, definitely going to be a very hard fought match for them. Swinburne and, of course, Monash there as our second match. Should be very interesting. A lot of great action coming up. Of course, we've already seen a ton of great action come through. And, of course, I imagine these games are all going to deliver tonight. I feel like the pressure's really there for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Tony. I think that the pressure definitely is there, you know, as we start to progress our way through towards the later path of the season there. Definitely going to be great to see how these teams are shaping up. But let's see how their first set of teams is going to shape up right now in a Deacon taking on RMIT to kick the things off. A fiery pursuit is going to ensue here, and I'm very keen to see how these teams fare. You know, I think this will be the last time we see them on the Season 3.5 patch. So very curious to see what next week looks like. But what this week looks like, Tony, is these rosters.
Yeah, Deacon, in front of you it is JJ, Big Juicy Orange, Bumper Squid, Tal, Pika Dudes, and of course Hero for the side of RMIT. It's Air Ninja, Smiles, Kari, OTR, Kero, and Insert Coin 53. I was going to say a lot of familiar names, at least to you, Matt, of course, coming from, other tournament circuits, the MRC, the MRI. I feel like a lot of names that I was going to say are putting in the hours recently, and definitely feel like I was going to say they're going to be well in practice for this evening.
Yeah, no, definitely eager to see how things go, Mr. Tony. I think that things are going to flow together pretty well. I'm keen to see what they can do. I think it's going to be happy times ahead for both of our rosters here. We got some great competitive players. We've seen them play across a multitude of, differing competition there. But eager to see how they do here tonight. And speaking of here tonight, it's time to get the fight on into Hell's Heaven. We're going to the Hydra Charter base there. Definitely keen to see what that is going to look like. I think that a lot of potential on this map. I feel like it's just that staple map, It's that default map you always go to, the El Clasico, the one that will never go away kind of thing. So I think, yeah, this is going to be a good way to kick things off. But, Tony, I'm just excited to see how these two teams do fare against one another. I'm excited to see how this draft plays go.
Season 3.5 on the way out. We'll be getting a new patch for next week, and a lot of these teams definitely want to work that one out as soon as possible. But of course, for the moment, we'll see picks and locks here for Hell's Heaven. Domination to kick it off, Matt. I was going to say, normally one of those things where we get to see teams really, flex their motivations in terms of how they're feeling tonight. Get the blood pumping, get the comms working. And we already see a few interesting locks here. I was going to say being taken away the torch for both sides. So I feel like, we've seen a lot of torch recently. The flyer meta came a bit and gone here or there, but it still seems to be ever prevalent. Psylocke, interestingly, going to be locked in here for RMIT. Lunar Snow here for Deacon. So some very high priority bans already coming out and some high priority picks already coming through as well.
That's right, we got bans and locks, and we got the Psylocks being focused up there, so definitely eager to see how they fare, having the Psylocks and the Lunars and taken for either squad there. Definitely, it goes to show the priority around those picks, and eager to see how both of those priority ultimates do fare. But so it gets the battle. The Lokis right now do not want to see the bottom Mischief ultimate be activated. Power of that one is just a bit too much, it would seem. And has there been like a discussion between the two teams to just have a full mirror force of bans here and picks? Like, what's going on, Tony? Yeah,
this is I was gonna say maybe a potential here for a little gentleman's agreement in terms of both teams Loki's really strong, Torch is really strong, neither of us want to play it, but maybe of course just like similar feels to how the meta is kind of shaped out here. Emma going to be locked in here for Deacon. I like that one. I was going to say very strong frontline character, very good frontline presence here in terms of the Vanguards for Deacon. We're going to be seeing Mantis taken away for RMIT. So I was going to say it feels bad to be a strategist in this one. Magneto potentially for the final lock here for RMIT. Don't mind that one, a very strong frontliner as well.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of power there, and very keen to see how the Mag will fare. Seeing the Lunar Snow strategist picked out there, Magneto makes sense. Having that Meteor M ultimate, just going to be so big for them. But speaking of big ban onto the Vanguard there. Captain America taken away, so they're definitely putting a bit of focus around Smiles, who is a staple Captain America player coming into this. So keen to see how they adapt around that. As see Emma Frost locked in by the big juicy orange there, and Ninja bringing out the Magneto. Smiles is going to be hovering over the Emma. Definitely a lot of power over that pick. I think into this patch and the next for that matter. Like, I've seen tier lists already coming out of the woodwork there, and Emma still going to be near the top despite taking on some much needed nerfs. So you're going to see how that will shape up, Mr. 2. But while we get into things, we take a look at our teams here and see what team ups are coming into the mix.
Yeah, we've got the Cloak and Dagger potentially here with the Blade. I was going to say allows a little bit of, I guess, cooldown for your duelist player on the Blade. They can kind of pop in and out of fights with that team up from the Cloak and Dagger, as well as some strong damaging presence as well with the Phoenix. So we're going to be seeing some very interesting comps here. RMIT going to be rocking with the Iron Man as well. Of course, going to be Kari as well on the Squirrel Girl. So RMIT as well, a lot of frontline presence. And we're off to it. First point here. Mission area will unlock as, well, everybody just kind of push out heals for the moment. Just kind of keeping everybody healthy as they walk onto the point here.
Yeah, keep it healthy, keep it stable there. We'll see the battle of the Emmas who will prevail as got a big focus from Bumper Squid and co, trying to whittle down the RMIT forces slowly but carefully. But RMIT to be taking point, pushing them off the mission area here. Ooh, big choke slam coming in, but no one's going down just yet.
Yeah, great grab there from the likes of Big Juicy Orange, but Jay will be able to find that first. They will try to find the back pick there onto Kyrie in deep into the mix there off to the side. Oda and the rest of RMIT probably have to back off a little bit. Smiles taking a lot of pressure here on the mission area themselves, but Jay able to find another Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Parental Bond already coming out, and Tao picking up Oda. That is going to be Deacon with the first points of percentage going their way.
Yeah, OTR going down there, and eager to see who else will be taken down into this next one as Deacon hold strong, take point here. They do have the 1000-fold slash available and the Endsong Inferno there, so good upfront potential that they can use to kind of force RMIT off the mission area. But Total Bond coming online from Kettle right now. Meteor M coming in, Fate of Both Worlds, Endsong Inferno, everything was locked in. There we go. Kettle is down there, shutting down the ultimates there, and more are going to follow. And Ninja tries to shut down the Fate of Both Worlds. OTR will be able to get it there, and there it is, 1000-fold slash with the Psionic Seduction. It's working out for Deacon right now. RMIT struggling to force them off the mission area. Kari's brought out the unbeatable Squirrel Stampede as well. So great stuff from them, but they are going to be switching off the side lock, and Deacon hold strong out of that one.
Yeah, great percentage being built up now, and I was going to say some great ultimates being expended there. That Endsong Inferno from Jay getting a lot of value in terms of just the AoE presence and the upfront damage onto RMIT. So now we'll see percentage climb up to 70%, but of course, now Psionic Seduction coming out of Smiles, as we'll see Parental Bond as well on towards the mission area. Smiles is getting everybody in that seduction, but not a lot of damage being dished out here for RMIT. It is going to be the choke slay, but it is going to be another pickup from Tao, as we'll see Deacon once again just clean wipe this point.
Yeah, big clean up there, and look at that shot. Just a pristine TwoTapTony, just a pristine. But here comes the portal, they're jumping straight in. Time is of the essence here, and they bless the timeline. Hero is down, looking for another KO on the Pikadudes there, but not gonna be able to grab it just yet. Eternal One coming online from Kettle here. Pikadudes is out now. Solid KOs coming through from RMIT, just like that. They focus around those strategists in the beginning there, and they will be able to reap the rewards taking on the mission area for their own. But Deacon still got a ton of flexibility. I mean, RMIT have to go 0 to 100 real quick here, and Deacon only need 1 more %.
Yeah, they only need 1 more %. They've got the Endsong Inferno up as well with the Magneto Meteor M, so Deacon have a lot of utility at their disposal. Dance of the Butterfly here for Kyrie. We'll try to get into that backline, try to focus up those strategists. Has spotted them up now. Tossing out a few shurikens, trying to soften them up for the killing blow with the Dance of the Butterfly. It will pop onto the backline, and it's quick 2 picks Make it 3 for Kari. Potentially a 4th there onto Towers. They'll bleed red here. RMIT clean sweep there. Beautiful flank from Kari.
Yeah, beautiful flank coming through there, and very eager to see. There's going to be a more just like it, you know, it's the potential of the Psylocke, and to see if they can lock something in here. Bumper Squid, good frontal pressure there, just trying to force them away. It does have Meteor M available, and then some, but it's all going to come down to who can take control here. Ooh, big damage once again. Here it is. They're activating Psionic Seduction coming out into the Fate of Both Worlds there, and the Eternal Bond are coming online, as well as the Ensong Inferno into the Meteor M. Everything's going down, and we do see 2 KOs favoring RMIT. It's all going RMIT for that matter, and it's a clean wipe up there at the end of the line. But Deacon, do they have one more fight in them?
Yeah, potentially. They have pulled out the Strange as well. We saw OTR get to the point when RMIT needed it with this portal. We're going to be seeing the same out of JJ. Onto the point they'll go. They'll immediately pop the Parental Bond here from Hero. We'll see as well the 1000-fold slash coming out of Tau over towards the backline, keeping everybody vulnerable for those strategists to not be able to heal, and it is all going to Deacon's board. And we'll see JJ pick up Smiles, and overtime will tick. And nobody from RMIT able to touch here. Kari trying to snipe on through, dash onto the point, but it will go. First point to Deacon.
Nicely done by Deacon, and they will be able to take the frozen airfield, and we're going to the Super Soldier Factory now. Very keen to see how this one's going to play out, Tone. It's going to be good times ahead, and you know, good times are paired with the Attack of the Clones here, because we have Magneto, as well as Emma Frost, and Psylocke for RMIT. So that's the Attack of the Clones right there, but it would only be complete. It did have a Loki as well. But that's A-OK, as we are going to get into this next round, and I'm so keen to see what it looks like.
And of course, productions let me know it's Eternal Bond, not Parental Bond, so apologies for that. I'll correct myself there, and we'll move on through that one. But I was going to say, again, great point being taken there by Deacon. I was going to say RMIT with a bounce back all the way to 99, and then great portal and great heads-up play from JJ to get them back onto that point, and just huge focus towards the strategist. I was going to say, it's so hard to position in these kind of engagements that are going on with just so much upfront damage as well. We'll see OTR swap out to the Phoenix. So both teams got on for the Phoenix this time around here, Ninja. Already starting off with a quick pick. Emma onto the point. They'll force them back for the moment. And we'll be sniped out. OTR did to the butterfly from Kari just to get them low and to stop them from contesting. Kari able to use the clone there to get away, but it will be a pickup from Tal. Quick trade back from OTR. RMIT controlling the point early.
Yeah, really great early presence established for them there, and eager to see if they can do more with it. But they're pretty close to that Ensong Inferno as well, and there's more Ultimates to come for that matter. They're pretty close to 4, as a matter of fact, 5 even. So that's dangerous if you're Deacon right now, but I mean, they're getting closer and closer to some Ultimates of their own here, trying to see if they can creep their way in. Here we go, already activating, and Ensong Inferno brings them down. Big damage coming out there. RMIT trying to combine here, trying to do justice. Meteor M coming out as well. Get her online. Boom! Ooh. Oh, big damage onto the Phoenix. It's not enough for a KO though.
Yeah, not enough for a KO. Meteor M now up for Bumper Squid, trying to find that snipe onto the strategist there towards the back line. They will blow up one. That is a quick pick. And of course, Fate of Both Worlds from Pickadudes to keep them all up. Kyrie able to find Big Juicy Orange, but it's a trade back immediately. All of these KOs going back and forth, but still RMIT controlling the point, and Ninja able to run it up on the front line here with the Magneto, just dishing out so much damage. Pickadudes needs to be careful. Kyrie, the dance of the butterfly towards the back line to try and pick up those strategists. They're able to keep healthy. Kyrie won't be able to pick them off this time.
Not today, they've almost got it too, and see if they can pull through into this one. 1000-fold slash is available, and almost the Eternal Bond here. So Deacon definitely have some cards at their disposal to try and fight back here. Try and see if they can claw it back in the last second. Oh, here we go. Sonic Seduction straight into Endsong Inferno and Meteorama. They do not want to deal with this at all. Oh! Trying to go for a dunk from downtown. Not going to be able to catch Hero, though, so the healing still going to be online for Deacon here. 1,000-fold slash. Oh! I don't know if they got too much from it. They're going to be taking a lot of damage. And here we go. It's RMIT time.
Yeah, beautiful end song Inferno there from Jay. We'll be able to find Insert Coin, and we can see everybody popping ults now. Red Both Worlds once again here for Pikachu's, and everybody keeping healthy. On top of the stack here, we see another Psionic Seduction out of Big Juicy Orange, just trying to get those strategists. End song Inferno out of OTR. It is going to be Hero. It is going to be JJ falling. Is looking for another onto Big Juicy Orange, trying to find Bumper Squid as overtime ticks. It's RMIT all over the point, and they will run down Bumper Squid, and they will cap the second points. Hell's Haven, and it's the Super Soldier Factory going over to RMIT.
They run it back. We are going the distance here on to the Eldritch Monument. And so this will decide who will take a victory here on map number 1. Can you believe it? And so excited to see who our victor may or may not be.
30 seconds
Both
before
teams
your
have
attack.
looked
Get ready.
fired up, pristine performance so far, and they got so much more to give. But
Strange to be back.
we'll see
After all I've
who
seen
is going to be able to take a control into this one and find a greatness. So we are now preparing for battle. Let's see. 1,000-fold slash is going to come out again once it's activatable. The battle will begin. Now here we go, Tony. The gates are open and we're back into the mix.
Capture the mission area.
Back into the mix, and my eyes are on Kari, right? There's the butterflies up. We'll potentially see an early flank come through here. Just try to cap some early percentage here, because RMIT, when they were able to control the point early, felt like they were locked in. You can see already early damage on the Kyrie. Deacon taking up on high ground here, as JJ has swapped to the Star-Lord, so interesting little change of pace here for Deacon. Want to play a little bit more floaty of a style here. As we already see, first KO to RMIT. As they'll be happy to give up that high ground, as they'll just take control on the point. Into the butterfly coming out from Kari, not able to find anything there in that backline. Everybody on Deacon stacked up pretty convincingly. That's why the Lokis were banned out, right? I was going to say, with all of the Psylocke presence, Loki being taken out of the pool, keeping everybody healthy, isn't going to be, of course, the reality here for Deacon this time. They will be forced back early on here. Bumper Squid taking a lot of punishment. OTR will find that first and the second.
Yeah, really opening up the potential there, and to see if they can catch a few more onto the tally as well. See, they are going to be able to achieve it. Deacon now trying to clear a path for themselves. See, find a way in. RMIT doing a great job just getting those Bulwark shields up, holding down these choke points and ensuring that they continue to build up percentage more and more.
1,000-fold slash available for Tau. That's the deal here. Endsong Inferno out of OTR. Already going to be picking up Tau. We're going to be seeing Magneto, Meteor, and listen, everybody pop those ultimates to try and win this fight out as well. Invisible Boundary coming out from Insert Coin. As everybody stays healthy amongst the circle, it is going to be Galactic Legend towards the backline. Silencing, trying to juice them there with the Psionic Seduction out of Smiles. Is going to be both teams popping that Eternal Bond to stay healthy. Kyrie does still have that Dance of the Butterfly and can look to pop it here towards the backline. And will look to find the strategist once again. It's a second pickup. Double strategist taken out here by Kyrie. Looking for the 30 on the Bumper Squid. And they will take it out. The KOs all going to the likes of RMIT. OTR will find JJ. 90-something% now. Matt Deacon, it's all hands on deck for this last one, and the 1,000-fold slash isn't even going to make it to the point.
Oh, but the Deacon squad certainly will. With that portal, they're able to spill onto the mission area and get the damage needed to take down the strategist there. Insert Coin 53 is out. OTR does trade, but Ghetto and Air Ninja have now fallen. OTR still online though, delivering so much damage, almost taking down the Magneto. Not going to be able to get it done in the end though. So, at long last, Deacon will fight on and blast ahead here, taking control of the mission area. And the game continues, but what doesn't continue is they've lost Ultron. Pikachu is down. A good opportunity here for RMIT. Look at that, already using the portal there, trying to get straight onto the mission area. And it's another fight to ensue, Tony.
Ooh, and it's a double KO there from Smiles. Way to both worlds from JJ, as they'll take up position on the mission area, but they still have to hold it all for the time. It is going to be Psionic Seduction. It is going to be Invisible Boundary as well. Meteor M out of Bumper, trying to find the snipe there onto OTR. Now Bumper Squid is just trying to live, just trying to hold this mission area. Aya Bakamoto out of air ninja early on. They will find Jay, they will find Sal, and they'll find everybody. RMIT will be picking up Hell's Haven, the reverse sweep to come out there.
You love to see it, don't you? A bit of Hell's Heaven action, and they will be able to take it the full distance there, run the gauntlet, and take it away for their own. OTR going to be taking away the MVP there, you know, just seamless on the Phoenix. It was like watching an otter just swim through water. Just great work from OTR there. Really impressed with how they navigated the character, and they were able to deal with it. But no props should single-handedly go to them, because we did see a lot of impact from some of our other players too. You know, JJ definitely putting in a lot of work whilst they were taking care of damage department there. Obviously, they switched out in the end towards that triple strategist composition, but definitely a player to watch irregardless there. And one of the same, you know, we saw some good potential coming out of Kari on that Psylocke. Really solid stuff from a lot of our players there. I feel that it was unfortunate that Tal wasn't able to get as much value as they would have liked out of the Blade. You know, I feel like that's a character I wish we would see more from.
Yeah, I was going to say just the potential for the ADC heal in some of those fights, and, you know, keeping the strategists not able to top their teammates up. But I was going to say as well, the Vanguards played exceptionally for both sides. Bumper Squid, super frontline presence was felt there with that Magneto. But yeah, Smiles, Air Ninja, some great combination as well from them. But strategists, I was going to say, overall, RMIT looking well tuned. I was going to say, I was worried for them to start that one off, because Deacon came out with a hot start. And then, of course, RMIT, they looked a little bit lost on that first point, but they're able to bounce back and regather themselves for those second two. And props to them. That takes a lot of gusto and a lot of I guess team play and coordination to get that one across the line.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. I think that it definitely took a lot of grit and determination, you know, to push them over the line there. Like, they lost out that first point of contention on the first mission area there, and then they had to fight it all the way back, you know, taking the second one into their favor and running it a full course to find the third in order to swing the series back into their favor. So good momentum behind the RMIT squadron right now. I think Deacon, you know, they had their moment of brilliance. They're able to take the first point there, but it just didn't manage to do more with it. It was just really tough to see coming out from them there. But, you know, maybe this is going to be the time to change. We're going to Eagsguard. You know, we got Yggdrasil Path for our second map in contention here. And eager to see if this maybe could be the chance coming up for Deacon and Co, you know, or whether it's just going to be the RMIT show and they just take a clean sweep series. Like, it's all going to be proven coming into this one.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Whether we'll see as well some change ups in the picks and bans. Of course, I was going to say very interesting mirror bans coming out of both sides. Of course, taking away the Psylocke for one, taking away Loki for both. Torch as well getting taken out of the mix. I feel like it probably wouldn't have been too bad maybe to leave that Torch up, especially with the prominence of the Phoenix from both sides. JJ and OTR very much, I was going to say, highlight players in that one. On the End Song Infernos were, I felt like every time they were popped, it found an impact. And I was going to say my eyes were on both of those two to kind of keep that pressure up for both their teams going into this next one.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't agree with you more, Tony. And I'm eager to see, I guess, how the battle begins in the draft phase. You know, how we are going to be seeing what could come out of this one is already good hovers coming through. Important note, Cheds is going to be subbed in for Orange, so we will be seeing Cheds play this one out for Deacon. But to kick off the draft here, Tony, we do have the torches extinguished.
Yeah, no torch. I was, I guess, wishful thinking, Matt. I'd like to see it. I was gonna say we've seen some crazy impact on that torch when it has been allowed. So neither of these teams really wanting to allow that one to come through. Lock once again here for Psylocke. Kyrie, I was gonna say sometimes the Dance of the Butterfly didn't have the impact, but more than often than not, we saw towards the backline on top of the strategist, Kyrie just kind of picking off 2 for free. Finding early KOs there for RMIT, and then they were just able to steamroll the fight from there. Going to be seeing once again Luna ban and lock for Deacon. Didn't mind picker dudes on that Luna, so of course we'll get to see it going into this one. Nothing all too much has changed here between maps in terms of the picks and locks here, but Loki once again being thought about the ban here for Deacon.
Yeah, going to be hovered there and will be taken away. So no Loki, no Emma Frost, but what is going to be protected next by a Deacon? What will be picked? It is Magneto taken online here. So good to see that one coming out from them. What is the ban from RMIT in consequence, though?
Yeah, what do you... Yeds, Emma's taken. Magneto lock. Take away the Loki, I guess? Yeah, that, I guess, makes a little bit of sense, especially with the fact that they locked and banned the Psylocke. Definitely don't want the Loki in the mix there for Deacon, kind of stopping Kyrie's plans of diving those backline strategists as well. Potentially thinking about the Magneto once again for the locks here. So I don't think we're going to see anything different here unless Deacon pulls something out for that last ban that could surprise us here. But I was going to say both teams as well currently hovering the Penny and the Rocket. So going to be curious to see whether we'll see that team up come through here. Captain America and Emma being thought about, and it will be Emma taken away. Both sides not allowed to play very similar characters. I was going to say Deacon banning away those very crucial characters here for the side of RMIT, but RMIT, they've got the read as well. We'll see some interesting hovers here. Smile's going to be onto the cap, potentially.
Oh, that's GG. Once
That's
you let
GG.
Smiles on the cap, that's GG. Like, it's over, Tony.
You've witnessed it, man. I was going to say, you've had first-hand experience.
Yeah, it's GG. No, that's definitely a big, strong pick to allow them to have there, so must be very confident. And, yeah, very eager to see how things play out, which kind of team-ups. There you go, we got the Blade team-up coming up again as well, but the team-ups, Mr. Tony, I was thinking, we got the Fantastic Four team-up, but I feel if they ever did, add Franklin Richards into the game, we could have like a team up between Mr. Fantastic, Sue Storm, and Franklin Richards there to have the parental bond team up. I think that would be really awesome if they brought that into the game. What do you think about that, Tony?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I was gonna say it could be cool to see. Both teams as well. I was gonna say interesting kind of decision to go for the Ultron out of both these sides. So playing for the skies a little bit more this time around. As you said, of course, JJ gonna be rocking the Blade and trying to get some early high ground presence here. But Smiles and Kyrie both towards the backline. This time Kyrie has some backup. It will be Smiles kind of being a menace there, and this is what we expect out of the cap, right? Just in the backline, being a absolute nuisance to deal with. I was going to say, so healthy and so many maneuverability options for that character, and we'll already see KOs traded here.
That's it, KOs coming in aplenty, and RMIT are desperately trying to push this mission vehicle forward, and Smiles is enabling that in its fullest form. Played in the back line there, but not for long. It seemed the Daywalker has met their rest, and see what else is going to be pressed through this one, as they've got a lot of frontal pressure. Like, they're just forcing them away from the choke point, and they're getting freedom over the mission vehicle right now. It's going the distance. Oh, Rage of Ultron as well. That is going to burn their way through these vanguards, unless their strategist can get to them in time, but still, it's just so difficult to heal through all of this.
Yeah, Tal did pop that Rage of Ultron in return, but it's all RMIT just spacing out these KOs right now and just left Cheds now to try and stall. No portal's going to be available here for the side of Deacon to stop that first point cap. And I was going to say a credit to RMIT, right? It's kind of a three-pronged approach. You've got Kyrie and Smiles on top of the backline of Deacon at all times, and as well, OTR just sniping away from the high ground. And already, once again, you can see Smiles and Kyrie being a menace, but they will be aided by Air Ninja, helping them back off for now.
Yeah, helping them back off for the moment, but we'll see if they are going to be able to push ahead in a second here. Ooh. Good little stun for a second there. Dude's going to be in trouble. OTR now bringing up the heat here with the Rage of Ultron. It will be countered by the Fate of Both Worlds from Hero, but they can still deal damage in the skies, I suppose, but they are going to be falling back. 1,000-fold slash coming out as well. Soul Resurgence from Keto here, and Dance of the Butterfly. Here we go. Soul Resurgence coming out. They've already lost JJ, though. Nobody else going to fall this time around, but Deacon doing a great job to hold. I have BkWhatOCE, and it's all slow.
Yeah, everybody's stunned up for the moment. Meteor M coming out of Bumper Squid, trying to get that crucial pick onto insert coin 53, who is, I was going to say, playing in the cloak form, very aggressive and up in the front with the rest of RMIT, as they're still controlling space for the moment. And Ninja just kind of standing around, just watching it all unfold. OTR's just on the back line there with Smiles. Everybody here for RMIT just kind of hanging out, dishing out a little bit of damage there. JJ trying to stop his cap from coming through, but it is inevitable. RMIT pushing for this second point.
Pushing as hard as they can right now, really fighting for it, and they will get it in the end. A big pressure once again, just relegating them to their spawn point there. Oh my god. Get the sleep through, but they are going to push their way up one step further here. We'll see what else they might be able to do. Here we go, Rage of Ultron coming out there. Smiles in the front line as well, and it's just annihilation here. Triple down, almost to 4. There it is. Well done, OTR. Send them near, send them far, but you're going to leave a scar after that one.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling that one for a while for RMIT. And I was going to say, again, to credit the, I guess, the composition team building here from the side of RMIT, you've got OTR able to top up both his guys that are diving the backline. Kyrie and Smiles just staying so healthy from that Ultron, but as well, all of the damage that he's being dished out here isn't allowing Deacon to even stabilize on an approach towards this cart. RMIT just kind of sitting pretty, keeping them stuck in their spawn right now as they'll look to try and walk it out there. Will be Rage of Ultron in return for Tal. It will be as well the Fate of Both Worlds. Assemble Avengers, Smite all over, running around, trying to get something for these ultimates right now. Galactic Legend as well from JJ. They'll be able to find Kyrie, but Soul Resurgence as well from Kerry, keeping everybody healthy.
Yeah, keeping them up for a while longer there. Pikachu's one and the same with that one, but we've still got a couple of ults online here. Speaking of RMIT, very close to the Stratos ultimate. There we go, insert coin 53, bringing out the Eternal Blood. Meteor M coming out as well. They do shut it down, but it's going to be the Rage of Ultron coming out in consequence. Good trade onto the KOs there. Kari as well, jumping into the Dance of the Butterfly. So even if they land the big dunk, they aren't able to deal with the rest of Smiles. It's just going to town on it right now. Big KOs coming in, and they run the full distance. 2 minutes 43 remain there, and that was a very impressive first push coming out from RMIT.
Yeah, sensational. I was going to say, just never letting up the pressure, and I was going to say, again, the team building is coming into fruition here for the side of RMIT, just never lamenting. I was going to say, I feel like that's what the comp's about. They can't let up that pressure because Deacon will be able to take space back if they kind of slow it down a little bit, but it was all gas for that one. RMIT with 2.5 minutes there as well after the 3 capture, and I was going to say we might be seeing some different things here for their defense now. We'll be seeing the Groot out of Air Ninja. Kyrie going to be swapping over to the Magneto, so they're going to be playing triple Vanguard here to hold down this point on the defense. Deacon kind of swapping it up a little bit themselves. We've got JJ going to be on the Wolverine. Was thinking about that one for last side, but opting to play it here on the attack. I don't mind this, especially with the fact, as we said, RMIT with the triple Vanguard.
Yep, it's a staple out of their playbook there, Tony. You know, seeing the triple Vanguard on defense is unsurprising to me in any way, shape, or form. Triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. It's just like your Iron Fortress composition coming out from them, right? You've seen this from the before where they just hold down this choke point and it's just an iron wall. You know, it's very hard to get through, but with JJ coming out on the Wolverine here and having that blade or not in combination, it might be able to get some damage, but the Wolverine team up, it could work out to shut down some of these Vanguards here.
Yeah, the fastball special Smiles. I believe, I was going to say, I haven't seen Smiles on the thing in what feels like a little bit, so curious to see how that one fares for them, as we'll see a lot of blows being traded here before the cart's even pushed any further in towards the side of RMIT. It is going to be OTR, the rest of them building up ultimates very quickly here. We do have the Rage of Ultron for OTR. We'll see Jeds swap over to the Moon Knight. Well, as well, see JJ, so a lot of duels swapping up here for the side of Deacon already.
Strangling Prison coming out there, and they are going to be utilizing that to the utmost success. Really impressed with how they hold themselves back there, make use of their ultimates, and they manage to take control. But Vegan still going to be struggling to get out of this one. Do have the unbeatable Squirrel Stampede available, so definitely could be something for them. But taking off, Eternal Bot is going out. Meteor round one and the same from both sides there, and not going to be able to find the impact they wanted. Ooh, they do catch Insert Coin 53 eventually though, so going to be exactly what they were after. Soul Resurgence coming out as well, and Ari and Go bring out the Clobber in time. Fate of Both Worlds is online though, so BkWhatOCE will be able to keep them up for a second longer here. And Ninja down. They've lost a couple now, RMIT, and they need to fall back for a sec.
Yeah, they need to fall back, but they're still on this point. They're still holding this card right now. Rage of Ultron was available. He's not able to be used there. Bumper, Squid, and Tao getting in the mix. Hero as well goes Cloak for just a little bit. And, well, Deacon finally able to stave off this hold, but RMIT and Ninja will portal them back, and, of course, going to be up onto the high ground to try and control this cart once again. A lot of damage dished out on the front end of things as Ninja, of course, playing now on towards this Strange. He's looking to play it very up in the mix with the Rage of Ultron coming out from OTR. No picks have been found yet, no KOs yet. Stabilizer, the Maelstrom out of Air Ninja, able to pop onto a few. Hero now going to get staggered out here, and RMIT, as soon as they lose the card, are back to it.
Back to it and ready to go, but let's see how they are going to fare in it through the rest of this one. They stick back up for a second longer. Not much time left available here, but they're desperately trying to clamber around and see if they can find a further impact out of this one. Oh, BkWhatOCE bounce over the top, and they are going to be able to catch a few into the mix there. Goodbye to Tal, and trying to see if they can shut down some of the back line as well. They are hurting here. Rage of Ultron coming out with the Eternal Bond. Meteor Ram are going to be online as well. Everything's online at that matter. It's just so much chaos. All they do get a boom through. It doesn't do enough damage, but Air Ninja makes quick work of it, and they're definitely still trying to get more from it here, Tony, but it's all up front and personal. 20 seconds to go now. I think Deacon might actually be able to bring it back here. They've got 4 ults online, Tony, and one of which is that final judgment. This could be huge from JJ.
Yeah, we're going to see them have to lead with the Fate of Both Worlds and Song Inferno as well from Jay. And of course, the Punisher ultimate. Judgment's still online here for Jay, but they're still walking it forward. Soul Resurgence coming out of Kero, keeping everybody healthy, and there it is. Judge, Jury, Executioner, JJ trying to play frontline with his Vanguards right now, but you can see RMIT are controlling the height, and they are hiding right now. I have BkWhatOCE available for Air Ninja, and look to pop it here towards the back line. Nobody going to get stunned up by that one, so it misses completely. But overtime will tick. Deacon still try to push this card just that little bit further. Tao will be able to find that first KO, looking for the OTR elimination, but the Rage of Ultron's coming out, and it is doing big damage. Air Ninja as well. Tao will fall. Air Ninja with the Maelstrom, and it will be Ched's to fall as well, and it's all RMIT all over the kill feed, and it is gonna be a final score of 3-0. RMIT with a dominant hold, Matt.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Really solid stuff coming out from them there. Like, I was so impressed to see how they conducted themselves into that one. Just a really solid stuff. Really impressed. And OTR on the Ultron there taking the MVP doesn't surprise me either. Like, we saw so many Rage of Ultron ultimates coming out on both sides for that matter. It was like our Ultron had taken over the server. So really impressed there. I mean, just look at that, Tony. 37 KOs, 15 final hits. Holy guacamole. They had so much damage that it almost matched their healing.
Yeah, that's insane. Especially... That's crazy work with the Ultron. I was going to say, yeah, 20k healing to 23k damage. OTR was an absolute menace. But as well, Matt, I felt in fear of my life. I was going to say we heard both Magneto Meteor M's popped by Bumper and Kyrie there. So I was going to say props to them. Kyrie, I was going to say, filling in for the third Vanguard role, showing that RMIT are very flexible in how they build their compositions. Kyrie, of course, doesn't just play the duelist. They can flex onto the Vanguard. And I was going to say, Air Ninja really, I was going to say as well, a bit of an unsung hero for me. 15 final hits up there with OTR, blocking a lot of damage as well. I was going to say, some of those Maelstroms to find those KOs with RMIT were so impactful. I was going to say just 100-0. Some of the targets there from Deacon when they needed to stabilize that hold there for RMIT. So props to Air Ninja. They played that one super well. But yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately for Deacon, again, Matt, we won't see a victory come their way. But again, it felt so close for them. I was going to say they really brought their A game again tonight.
Yeah, they're always competitive. Like, even if they are going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard, they're still so competitive. It's not like they're a bad team. They're actually a pretty darn good team. But they just have such tough competition that they're faced with. And they just, they have always struggled to get it over the line, you know? But they're definitely not a bad team by any means necessary. They're actually a pretty good team. So yeah, I'm hoping that maybe next week or sometime, you know, coming forward, they are able to claim their first victory because they've been working so hard for it, Tony. So hard for it. Albeit this isn't their week, but I think that, yeah, coming into that future, there could definitely be some potential there, Mr. Tony. Definitely could be. But, yeah, look at that. It's you and me. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
We're back.
Fancy seeing you here.
Fancy seeing you here. Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately for Deacon, just not their week. Hopefully, you know, as we alluded to in the pre-show, of course, the patch coming in through to next week should maybe, I was going to say, shake some things up. We saw a very similar composition in terms of the bans and picks for both those sides. So I was going to say Loki, Emma, kind of a lot of those very much controlling the AoE. I was going to say Emma, you can kind of control the front line very well. Loki, very good at countering the dive compositions that a few of these teams have been running. So yeah, I was going to say, called out to Deacon, hopefully to get some hours in with the new patch and hopefully to come back stronger for next week.
Yeah, we'll see how they fare. You know, I think there's definitely going to be a lot of work that they're going to need to put in there. And yeah, eager to see if next week could be their week of taking away their first victory there. But who knows? Who knows? What I do know is we have an interview from one of our winners right now. Welcome in, Insert Coin 53!
Hello, how are yous?
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you on board here tonight. You know, always much love for the RMIT team. Definitely no bias. I'm not a former alumni or anything. No. But nah, great work, you guys. Really impressed with how well you managed to control the map, especially on that second one there. And I guess playing into it, you know, What brought about that triple vanguard, triple strategist kind of strategy for you guys? Because I've seen it a few times now from you guys.
I mean, over the time we've been practicing it in scrims. Like, and just really wanted us to focus on it, like get better at it. And then, yeah, we just like improved and we're able to pull it off in these games.
You guys were able to pull it off. I was going to say a flashback to domination for you guys. I was going to say starting off a little bit weak. I was going to say Deacon really kind of ran it to you guys for that first one. So I want to pick your brain a little bit. What was the I guess the morale shake up there? I was going to say was the team locked in and kind of focused on that second point because you guys brought it back in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough always losing a point, but we locked in, talking to each other. We figured out what's going wrong, what's going right. And then we moved on. We improved. Even though A Ninja was a bit grumpy, we pulled through.
That's what you like to see. Always a pull through in the end. You know, no matter how good or bad the vibes might be, as long as you win, that's what matters. Good stuff. But yeah, I guess heading towards next week, you know, into the new patch, how confident do you as a roster feel like heading into it? Do you think it's going to promote your strength as a team even more, or do you think it might be a bit of a struggle to adapt to?
I feel like we'd be able to adapt really quick as a team. We've been improving really quick together. And even though we don't know what's going on with the next season, I still think we'll be able to get used to it really quickly and improve and do well.
That's great to hear. Always important to stay on your toes and be as adaptable as possible. So great to hear that you guys are feeling confident heading into that. But yeah, eager to see it in practice next week, I suppose.
Yep.
So, yeah, big thanks to you for jumping on board here tonight, Insert Coin 53, and big shout out to the team once again. Best of luck heading into the next weeks.
Could I also say happy birthday, Smiles?
That's it. Happy birthday, Smiles.
Amazing. All right, thank you guys. Take care.
There you go. Great to get one of our RMIT players on board once again there, Tony. Always good to hear their insights and how they're feeling about the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, good to hear Smiles aging well. I was going to say, I feel like it's his birthday every single time. I was going to say he has to feel like a winner.
Now, Tony? He must be 100 by this point.
He's going to be like 100 plus at this stage, I was going to say. But I was going to say, Smiles, ROIT, they're going to feel like winners every single day with the way they're playing. And yeah, I was going to say, keen to see how they adapt to the new patch. And as you heard from Insert Coin there, they seem pretty confident.
Yeah, great to see that confidence shining through, and keen to see more of it once we get a match or two set up on the other side of this break. Hello, welcome back everybody. It's Matsy and TwoTapTony here for some AEL University Elite Series Marvel Rivals. And Tony, it's time for Swinburne and Monash. Let's go!
Woo, 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 woo. This should be exciting. I was going to say checking out the rosters. Swinburne, it is Moxicles, Kaguya, Jonkler, Fiend, Nanobo, Sugar, and Golemyo. And of course, for the side of Monash, Genzo, Wosh, Joji, Pikachu, Dixon, and Fivon. And I was going to say, Monash, familiar faces, Swinburne as well, some familiar faces. This is going to be an interesting one, because I was going to say, as we said, Swinburne have been one of those teams that I feel like could get a win any week now, but they've been performing super, super well as of late. Monash as well, I was going to say, one of those teams that's at that 3-2 mark, so they'll probably really want to win to their board to kind of break away from that pack, but this should be a very close game.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a close game as well, and eager to see how things go here tonight. You know, these rosters have played pretty well so far, I'd say. They've definitely had some pretty impressive bouts, you know. I think yeah, this is going to be another impressive bout, one in the same, and ooh, we're going to Clintar, mate. We're going to the Celestial Ask. Ooh, we're going to the new map. Eager to see how things go coming into this one, as we are going to be igniting the time stream very soon and getting into the map there, Mr. Tony. But you're going to see how the draft goes for these teams. You know, I feel like there's definitely some great potential for them, and I'm excited to see how they go. You know, I think some of these players have faced each other before within this competition, you know, within the MRC circuit. It's been pretty great times there, but there's going to be more ahead of us right now as we get down to business. It's time for the draft here. Band time, and it's Torch. No, it might be Torch. It's probably Torch.
It could be Torch.
Oh, it's Cap.
It's Cap. They're taking away Cap early? Okay, Swimmer, I'll see how you roll.
Smiles isn't here.
Smiles isn't here, but the presence of the Cap, of course, getting taken away by Swimmer. I kind of respect that one. I was going to say, I feel like we've seen a Monash Cap here or there. I was going to say,
we certainly have. That's
absolutely.
Wosh.
Yeah, that is going to be Wosh, of course, their target to take away. They're going to be locking in the Mantis there, so great kind of call to action there from Monash, taking away Luna, locking in the Mantis. I as well expect to maybe see priority towards the Magneto. I was going to say Genzo's been a very key Magneto here for the side of Monash, and I definitely feel like Swinburne definitely want to take that one away. Loki getting taken out of the piece here by Swinburne, kind of respect that one. I was going to say as well, I'm curious to know whether we'll get to see the Winter Soldier out of Joji, because that's kind of been a bread and butter for him.
It's been a great hero coming out for Joji there, and really eager to see what they can do with it. You know, if it does get taken away. I think that their priorities will be most likely elsewhere. You know, we've seen, I guess, a pretty strategist-heavy ban circuit come out from most, if not all, teams, just because, like, the meta right now is just so strategist-focused. Like, sure, oh, well, there it goes.
Oh.
You know, we are going to see the Winter Soldier go down, but yeah, as I was saying, the meta, very strategist-heavy ban focus at the moment. You know, you want to get rid of a lot of those priority healing targets. You know, Fate of Both Worlds, Eternal Bond, Lot of Mischief, just staples to get rid of. Rage of Ultron, one and the same. Like, that's what you see in comps these days, where Atom starts to break out of the mix there. There's more Rocket. Like, there's just little bits of potential that you can tap into. Even more Invisible Woman, for that matter. But even that's going to hit bad.
Oh. Yeah, this is a feel bad for the strategist players for Swinburne. Everything getting targeted there. Luna, Cloak and Dagger, Ultron, and Sue all taken out of the mix. And we're going to be seeing final ban there from the side of Monash. It will be, of course, the Luna taken out of the piece. So both teams a little bit more strategist lenient in terms of their bans. Of course, we'll see with no Loki in the picture for the side of Monash. We're going to still be seeing that Black Panther, because, of course, Swinburne did have the freedom to pick that one out, but Nanobo was thinking about the Atom for a second. I don't mind the Atom Warlock pick here. I was going to say I feel like a pseudo Ultron in a way. It feels like it kind of still does the same role that this Ultron would do. But I was going to say a little bit more bursty on terms of the heals. I was going to say I feel like the healing output in terms of Adam compared to Ultron's probably just that little bit better. Swinburne opting to go for that one. We're going to be seeing Chocolate Fiend, the Captain America, so don't mind this comp out of Swinburne.
I don't mind it either, Tony. I reckon it's a lot of good presence that's going to come out from them there. Like, just having the Captain America available is just so solid, honestly. Like, you know, they're going to be able to bounce along the back line there, just annoying. Really annoying. It's good that they are activating a more slippery strategist like the Rocket, though. You know, they can climb up the walls, be a bit crazy with it, kind of like Jeff. But there's no Jeff this time, obviously. But we got Joven playing the Mantis there, so you're going to see how this goes. But portal time coming in straight onto the back line here. They are dealing damage, but Gento is taking a lot of, or WotOCE rather, is taking a lot of damage too.
Yeah, same with Joji. Everybody getting kind of chunked up a little bit as they go through the portal. And it will be Pikachu taken out by Moxicles. WotOCE will be able to find one in return. So it's, I was going to say, hero for hero trade here on the E-Limbs. It is going to be Genzo, though. Able to find Golem. Joji as well. John Clafine's been found. The KO's going the way of Monash. Joji will be able to find another there onto the Magneto. So Swinburne, I was going to say they came out on top at the start of that fight, but, well, they're going to be sent packing for the moment. Moxicle's doing some good damage there. Kaguya able to find Genzo.
Able to find Genzo and much more. We'll see. They are going to be trembling before Bastard. Sent right here that they will. Joji lock down the triple KO there, looking for even more as well. Cap taking big damage and does go down for the quad, and Joji ain't done yet. Oh, that's going to be stolen away by Pikachu. Almost a penta, but it is a double down for Pikachu now. So, big frontal pressure once again. They've realized they might have overstayed their welcome though, so they are falling back to the next choke point rather. Swinburne need to lock in here.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight their way back into this one. Magneto already taken low there. John Clafine dishing out some blows there on the Captain America, looking to walk it up. But of course, it is going to be Eye of Agamotto from WotOCE to the backline. Joji looking for the opportunity to pounce, and it will be the first KO to go. The likes of Monash, they are trying to find an Oboe as well, just trying to get these staggers out, get these KOs going their way. Meteor M coming out here from Pikachu to sink it towards the backline. Soul Resurgence, Rage of Ultron here. Joji picking up another, dashing away through the backline and will fall back to safety. I was going to say, KO is just getting staggered out, but slowly still going Monash's way.
Slowly but certainly, but here we go. It's time. Baptisten coming out there. Kind of mischief as well from Golem. You're really just doing the most with these ultimates right now. But Swinburne haven't been able to get close to the mission area. Well, they're now trying to get there. John Clafine, great to just arrive at the back line there. Freedom Charge coming through. I have Agamotto from WotOCE. Going to shut down the back line. Incredible impact coming through from them there. Nobo tries to bring him back. They get a couple, but that's all that they are going to be able to bring here. It's all going down.
John Clafine still been a menace here towards the mission area. He's quite low, will be KO'd there out by Genzo, but I was going to say, good pick there from Kaguya, but it's still going the way of Monash. As we'll see overtime tick, and I don't think Swinburne can really walk up towards this point to try and stop it. No portal available either, so that is going to be the first point of Celestial Husk taken by Monash.
That it will. So solid at beginning there coming out from Monash. They will be able to take pretty much complete control over the Celestial Hand there. But now it's time to decode the Celestial Codex as we are going to be getting prepared for what could be ahead of us. Now Swinburne, what can they change here? What can they do? There's a lot you can take into consideration. They haven't even unleashed their secret weapon yet. You know, and that secret weapon is Moxicle's Hella. They need to unleash that secret weapon, and then they may yet be able to gain the edge to take a victory here, but we'll see. Tony, we got a preview.
Okay.
The torch is coming out, maybe, maybe not.
Nah, I don't imagine
No
it will. I was
way.
going to say, they probably need those two strategists there. I don't think you can really count on Golem to do all the healing here for the
Are you
side
sure?
of Swinburne. I
No,
was going to say the
switched
Rockets...
up.
The Rockets good, but yeah, no, they're going to be tinkering with the comp a little bit here. Monash, they're going to be portaling once again towards the top of where Swinburne are going to be walking out. So they're just going to meet them at their spawn gate. I was going to say Rage of Ultron's already coming out here for Genzo, softening up the KOs here potentially for Monash, but nobody's been found yet. They're able to stabilize here for Swinburne.
That they are. Moxicles donning the torch right now. We're going to be the spark that pushes them over the line there. We'll see if they are going to be able to catch exactly what they need here as Moxicles pumps out the damage. Going to see if they can get her so much more. Look at that. They are hunting down Penny Parker right now, but Genzo will be able to shut them down eventually. See ya online from Dixon99. They are sending them all back to their spawn point, but my goodness, Tony, they were pretty close to some of those KOs there, Swinburne.
Yeah, have to hopefully see them. That's back here, of course, bringing out the Hulk as well for Sugar Daddy is interesting pick to go for, especially with the fact that how brawl heavy Monash have been recently. You don't really mind that one for the likes of Swinburne. We'll be seeing Sugar Daddy up in the mix, throwing some haymakers, throwing some fists here. We'll see the Penny Ultimate come out as well, just getting all the mines down, sweeping around this point, and it's going to be another Eye of Agamotto for Wosh. You can see that Monash just don't want to allow Swinburne out of their spawn gate right now.
No, they're just shutting them out almost completely here, Tony. So you're going to see what else they are going to be able to do with it on this one. As stick back, Hulk Smash coming out. Joji bringing Bass Descent as well. Supernova coming out from Moxicles though, trying to see if they can bump them up, get big damage through there, get a KO or two, but it just ain't happening. Moxicles one in the same, still going to be pushing up, but it ain't going to be able to take any more. The Rage of Ultron floors them out. Joji is more than happy to capitalize.
Yeah, I was going to say some great nets as well from Pikachu, fighting some very crucial picks here for the likes of Monash. We'll see the Seer as well. Once again from Dixon, Pikachu, as I speak on the name, able to find some quick E-limbs here for the likes of Monash, and we'll see once again just the point capped towards 95%. Swinburne, it will be the Moxicles Hella, but I don't think they'll be able to do anything with it. Soul Resurgence is going to come out from Nonobo, but it is a clean sweep from the likes of Monash. They will take home Celestial Husk. The hand and the Codex goes their way.
That's it. They will be able to take it down into there. So, looking like a bit of a return, you know, to Monash of old in that one. A big shout out to Wosh on the MVP as well. Playing that Strange to a T. I mean, you think back to the beginning of the map, like just jumping straight into the fray there, really controlling the space, especially with their Eye of Agamottos, and Tony, paying a testament to the prowess they had. Wosh is the only one who did not get KO'd. Not a single casualty for Wosh all game. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance out of Wosh. But I was going to say, I want to highlight Genzo on this Ultron. I was going to say, normally, you know, we see Genzo on those Vanguards like your Magneto, and is a very frontline heavy presence, but bringing out the Ultron here to flex on domination, I don't mind this one here from Monash. A little bit of an interesting change up there, especially with the fact that there was a lot of strategist bands in the mix. The fact that they got the Ultron through is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I can agree. You know, obviously just placing a bit too much priority over some of the other strategists there, and it worked out for them in the end. You know, they managed to work to greatness, having that rocket available with the Battle Recon beacon there, you know, then get that res potential. Joven going to be pumping up the volume there as well on the Mantis, and Ultron, just the battle of both worlds, you know, playing that more hybrid strategist, pumping out a lot of damage, making sure to get some passive heals on your teammates. Like, there's just a solid composition, and it worked out like quite great for them. But obviously, gonna be a tough one to swallow there for Swinburne. You know, they managed to try to make things work. It didn't work out for them in the end there. You know, I was talking up the Moxicles Hella, and did come out for a split second in the very end of that first map. But I mean, they needed more. Like, they needed more from it. And I'm eager to see if they are going to be able to activate it again heading towards the second map here.
Yeah, it should be interesting going into, of course, now Convoy compared to Domination. We'll go to Yggdrasil Path once again, Matt. So all these teams really like that map. I kind of like it. I was going to say it looks very thematically pretty. And, you know, it allows a lot of different kind of styles of play. You can rock the dive heavy that we saw out of Joji, but you can also, well, play into that Rocket and Penny team up that we've seen so many of these teams do. You can hold those corners super, super well with the BRB beacons and such. And, of course, it's going to be interesting here. Monash, just I was gonna say, you've spoken to a few of the guys during the interviews, and they've been doing a lot of heavy work. It would seem behind the scenes, and it seems to be paying off for them for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a team of hard workers, I'd say, inside and outside of the server. They're definitely putting in the hard yards. Ooh. Don't tease me with this this hover Pikachu. You don't know what that means. You don't know what Hawkeye means to me, Pikachu. Don't do it, man. I miss seeing Hawkeye, Tony. I feel like if there's a hero that needs a bit of a change, maybe a rework even, it's probably that one, to be honest. But who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens there. I don't know. It's definitely. I'd love to see Hawkeye back into the fray, but it ain't happening. Anyway, another cat ban coming out. So sorry, WotOCE, you're gonna be target banned all day, it would appear. And one of the same Moxicals are gonna be target banned with that Lunar Snow as well, but. Now it's that big strategist focus all over again, Tony, and probably going to see much of the same, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say much of the same probably coming out of Swinburne. The ban to take away Ultron this time, so Monash not going to be able to control the skies too heavily. We'll be seeing Loki taken away. So Golmio not going to be able to rock the Mischief King himself this time around. We'll see Cloak as well locked in for Swinburne. Kind of respect it, right? I was going to say a little bit more strategist heavy in terms of the bans and the picks here for both of these teams. So I was going to say, knowing that their strategists are very much a key essential here, Swinburne, got to give them respect. Sue taken away once again here for the side of Monash. And, well, Ultron being thought about the hover here for Swinburne. They might want to lock that one in because I imagine with the Nobo thinking about the Iron Man, this could be a good little team up for them.
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be some good potential to tap into with that one. You know, obviously having that Iron Man, we saw it played in a map there, and being able to activate it would be good. But Jeff ban? Nah,
Jeff
no way.
ban? No way.
Oh,
yeah.
Look. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean,
say this is a map with much harder drop-off angles as well for like the Jeff time ultimate. So like its potential is much more limited. Let's say, you know, and you don't have that healing pool like you would have in season 4. You know, Jeff drops the healing pool. Nah, they're surely messing. I was gonna say if they protected Black Widow there, surely they were messing around. But Iron Fist, I guess, you know, if they can make it work, why not?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I believe, WotOCE going to be immediately picking that one up. We're going to see Kenzo actually lock in the Jeff potentially. So, yeah, Monash maybe flirting a little bit with what they wanted to bring to the composition. But yeah, we'll see the Iron Man and Ultron team up here for Swinburne. And as well, Kaguya are going to be rocking the Cloak. I really like Swinburne's attention to detail with the strategist focus here. They feel like a very strategist-heavy team with the way they've been playing. And I was going to say, we'll get into it. Pikachu, I'm not going to fall for it, man. I don't think this is a serious lock-in just yet.
No. Likewise with Genzo, I don't think that's a serious lock-in as yet either. Well, you know, unless they've got the ultimate Jeff time, they're looking to play, you know, like great Jeff players like Fate or BkWhatOCE. You know, there's some great Jeff players.
There's some very good Jeff players out there.
Yeah. So, need to see how things go heading into this one. But we are going to be racing through the skies right now. So, Jeff, be locked and loaded. It's time. Get down to business. Enzo is bringing the heat here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, none of them are changed. This is a serious Jeff pick. This is Pikachu going to be on the Widow here. So this is a very interesting composition here from the side of Monash, as we'll see Joji as well rocking with the blade. Fortunately, no cloak there to back up that one. WotOCE diving already in the backline with the Iron Fist. Will be able to get back for the moment. And, well, I was going to say, for the wacky composition that Monash are running, they seem to be able to push this card pretty convincingly so far.
Yeah, so far so good. You know, they're definitely feeling very confident and looking good so at the moment, but it's going to stay good. That's going to be really tested. Big damage coming out as well, you know, using the Blood Form to their advantage. 1000-volt slash coming out there. Fioben just managed to get some big impact using the pistol as well, but it ain't happening. They will be taken out in the end there, so Obstacles and Co will be able to find their stance, find their mark, keep hold of the mission vehicle. Now.
Yeah, immediate change-ups here. Pikachu and Nixon99 going to be going over to the Hela and Thor, so that team-up's available there. We can see WotOCE in the mix. The Jeff time coming out here from Genzo, looking for a big swallow onto a few. Will be able to pick up at least 2, but he can't get them off of the cart here. I was going to say, as we said, Yggdrasil will pass one of those maps that's a little bit harder to split people off. And Joji, though, will be able to find a pick. He's in the back line right now, onto Moxicles right now, looking for the block, looking for the dash, looking for the slash, trying to find Moxicles, but will be able to win it out. Swinburne able to hold down this cart for the moment and keep everybody healthy.
Yes, can be, and WotOCE bringing out the living G there. Gonna be forced away. Still has a bit more to play with though. There we go, big damage. Oh my goodness, straight on the Jonkler Bean, and Sugar Daddy's down as well. Everybody is getting shut down. It's time for the Karmic Revival though. Or is it? Yes, it is. They will be back into action as soon as they go down. Monash have to fight them again because that Karmic Revival is doing good work for them, but alas, it will fall down all over again, so it's just a cycle here, building up a bit more ult charge for Monash. They have managed to take it past the first checkpoint, and a big stagger onto the Magneto KO as well.
Are we running 4 duelists right now? Nonobo. Invincible Pulse Cannon onto Dixon. Yeah, I was gonna say this is a interesting trade there from Swinburne, but interesting composition out of Monash. We've got Pikachu now to the Storm. We've got Dixon now on towards the Widow themselves. All right, it was Punisher for a second. And I guess I was going to say WotOCE with this Iron Fist can kind of play a pseudo frontline with the ability to charge up, get the shield going. It's just going to be in the face of Chocolate Fiend. Swinburne are a little bit confused, and I can't really blame him. Soul Resurgence comes out, 1000 Blade Slash as well. Joji onto the backline. It is going to be Moxicles Hela taken out already. They started off, and here you can see Joji's just trying to block, trying to stay alive. And we'll fall back to the cart here. We can still see Monash pushing for the moment.
Still going to be pushing up, and a Meteor comes out. Boom! They find Dixon99 there. Goodbye to the Black Widow, and they're going to be traded out. Omega Hurricane! Here we go! They are going to be bringing up the damage. Moxicles taken out as well. Pikachu just gracefully swinging their way in. So, second checkpoint going to be taken now from Monash. And let's see if they can get even more.
I was gonna say this is insane, Matt. This is not normally what we get to see out of Monash. Normally they're a little bit of a more stock standard kind of team, but this is a crazy composition. WotOCE still being an absolute menace here on the Iron Fist, and it was gonna say Dixon swapping over to the Widow, trying to find some snipes here. It is gonna be Living Chi coming out. WotOCE is in the front as well. Genzo will pop the Jeff time, just trying to find a good little swallow there. Will be able to pick up a few and take them away from the cart. As kidnaps his allies as well, pushes them back towards the cart. Because, well, Monash, you still need to push it.
Yeah, they do. And we will see the Feast of the Abyss coming out there as well. So, really solid stuff. Going into the fray here. Jungle Fiend, a big shot on a WotOCE there. Very eager to see how it all goes down, as there's going to be more KOs inbound. You know, I'm curious how the Electro Plasma Explosion is going to go from Dixon99 there. They do get that one online, but still, At a bit of a stalemate with the mission vehicle now, but that's going to change in a second. Supernova online, Moxicles looking to deliver mayhem onto the mission vehicle, and here we go. Damage is coming out. Soul Resurgence in response, but they've already lost both their duelists.
Yeah, but they've got 2 more to play with. Pikachu does have that Hurricane online. And we'll look to see it popped in just a second, but Jonquil Fiend shuts it down. Rage of Ultron from Golem as they look to push up and now take the fight to Monash. That's what we want to see. Swinburne with a little bit of life in them. Try to fight for this mission vehicle right now. It will just be WotOCE being a slippery little devil here. I was going to say, getting away actually, still alive for the moment. Hasn't been KO'd, will finally be found by Moxicles. And Swinburne are able to stabilize at this final corner here.
Yeah, stabilizing and giving it their absolute best. We'll see if they are going to be able to hold on to it a while longer, as one of their vanguards has been punished. But good trade on the Dixon 99 there. We'll see if they can get anyone else as well. Joji delivers. Great shot with a blade there. Looking to see if they can slice their way through. Eternal Bond, they're going to be online. Galactic Legend, one in the same. It's legendary damage coming out from Sugar Daddy here. Just pumping up the volume once again. They will whittle down their forces here. But Monash, time to bring it back. Time to deliver some Jeff greatness onto the mission vehicle here.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see big Jeff time out of Genzo. Golem will be able to find the elimination. Venom Ultimate as well, so Genzo, we don't get to see that moment of shine. Pikachu has swapped over to the Magic, so a little bit of an interesting change up here for Monash. I was going to say there's a whole lot of words to describe this composition right now. Vivint as well. Jeff time going to be coming out here from Genzo, looking for a big swallow. I was going to say Swinburne are very scattered for the moment. Will be able to take up Jonquil Fiend, but he will not be able to find an elimination because the rest of his team has pushed forward. Monash are finding these elims though. Magneto, Meteor, M just on top of Genzo for good measure. Supernova as well from Moxicles doing some heavy work here. Monash once again might be sent packing. Living Chi coming out of WotOCE trying to find Golem Yo up in the air. Will be sent back to the spawn. WotOCE will be able to find it, and another onto the Nobo, keeping rest of Swinburne at this gate. And Monash are now able to push now.
Oh my goodness. It's exactly what they needed. And they will be able to push it further forward here. But now Swinburne are starting to reset, starting to get back into the mix. Oh, Galactic Legend! Moxicles is in trouble. They've gone down. Everything is happening. Pikachu's brought out Dark Child as well. Everything is going on for this one. Eternal Bond's online with the Rage of Ultron. Not for much longer. 1000-volt slash comes out there. They are trying to punish this, trying to get the KO through. And are they going to be able to catch it? They're so close. You can see the mission vehicle pushing further and further along. As much as Swinburne want to stagger it, it can only delay the inevitable here. And in the words of a Thanos, I am inevitable, will say Monash.
2, 3.
That is all 3 points capped there. 0 time left for Monash. But with an interesting comp, Matt, I have to give him credit. I was going to say, WotOCE being an absolute threat there on the Iron Fist. And for Swinburne, it gets scary, right? With Monash able to push all 3, they now have to at least be able to push all 3 themselves to take us to another round here. And we're going to be seeing, again, nothing really change up. Genzo with the Spider-Man hover for a second. Swinburne, though, going to be rocking with the same composition. I was going to say Golem Yo with the Ultron. And we're going to be seeing Kaguya as well on the Cloak. So strong strategist picks here for Swinburne. And now Pikachu's going to be given the Jeff time a go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We'll see if they can find their best Jeff time. You know, I think that there's some potential for a Hexa KO there. You know, if they can just hit the right spot, they'll be able to fire away. But see what's cooking up here. You know, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Sugar Daddy bringing out the Winter Soldier, trying to use Joji's own weapon against him. But Joji gonna be on that magic right now. Oh my goodness.
Get that vehicle to its
I
destination.
don't know how I feel about this, Tony. They got 4 duelists.
Yeah, 4 duelists once again here for Monash. We get to see Moxicles control the skies with that torch, and you can see that Joji struggling to dive onto anyone right now will be KO'd quickly here by the side of Swinburne. And now, I was going to say, the fact that we're running the 4 duelists here, they don't really have a front line, so Swinburne can kind of just walk it up for free onto Dixon. Fiven will be able to trade it. Has found us a crucial sedate there onto the back line, but Fiven's a little bit too deep. And you can see that Swinburne are just controlling all of the space right now, and they will be able to push that mission vehicle quite convincingly. They're staggering out these KOs too. Monash, they need to regroup.
Yeah, agreed. You know, it definitely is difficult to play around 4 duelists. Like, I feel like I'm in one of my ranked games right now.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to see 4 duelists come out. But you know what? If they can make it work, make it work. And see if they are going to be able to do just that as they try and stick things out. But the KOs are coming through. Moxicles takes advantage there. Going to see one and the same, but it's Bjoven going online to find Nanobo, and just like that, they will be able to push it over. So, solid foundation for Swinburne here. They have over 5 minutes to get this done.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing some change-ups here in the Monash camp. Genzo over to the Wolverine. Joji going to be on the Namor, so still rocking the 4 duelist comp here from the side of Monash. And we'll just see Swinburne play for the early engagements. All the space is being taken. Moxicles there on to Dixon, being very careful, spacing those autos super perfectly, flying around. But it will be kidnapped. Genzo able to pick that one up around the corner. Joji as well on the Namor, sniping down these targets with the squids. And it will be 3 KOs out of Joji on the Namor.
Yeah, really impressive stuff coming out from Joji there, bringing out the Namor. They've already got the Horn of Proteus online as well, so really keen to see if they can put that one to success. But see how they go. You know, the Gamma Squid's definitely going to be something great to rely upon. Speaking of, Supernova comes out and it gets shut down immediately. Goodbye to Moxicles. Daddy could be one and the same as well, but they do manage to fall back just in time to get a bit of healing through here. But Jack Time is online. They've picked up a couple. Not for long.
Yeah, not for long. I was going to say, that's the unfortunate part about not having a Vanguard to walk up with you when you're going for that Jeff time. Of course, you can get the ultimate off and pick up a few members, but I was going to say immediately Swinburne turned their attention. Range of Ultron coming out of Golem, yo. We'll be sent packing for the moment. Can't really afford to walk up with that one. We're going to be seeing Dixon on to the Star-Lord as well. I was going to say, Fiven with this Mantis has been a very interesting one to note as well. Playing very safe and keeping everybody healthy for the moment. Galactic Legend now online here for Dixon. And Genzo as well with that last stand. We'll see the Galactic Legend popped. Magneto, Meteor M out of Joglafine to try and absorb all the damage. And I'm going to be seeing last stand from Genzo towards the backline with the Galactic Legend from Dixon. This is so much upfront damage here. And another kidnap from Genzo with the spear from Joji. It's Monash sending Swinburne back to the gates.
My goodness, can you believe what they have been able to cook up with that one, Tony? They were able to zone it out. Really give a solid fight here. So eager to see if they are going to be able to keep up that momentum, keep up the volume here. Big shot from Joji. My goodness, already finding the strategist there. And it's great that they can take advantage of the bubble, you know, just to use that invulnerability to their advantage. They just go in and out of fights. It's so nice.
Yeah, and I was going to say just an interesting thing to get to is off the swap up to the Scarlet Witch. Joji still being a menace with this. No more. I was going to say the squids able to soften up the blows for the E-limbs here out of Joji. And again, sniping, almost finding Golem Yo there on the E-limb, but Sugar Daddy has swapped to the Atom. Obstacles quite low up in air, needs to get topped up here. Wosh, though, still being a menace. I was going to say, I feel like Wosh is kind of born for this character, right? We normally see Wosh, very dive-heavy kind of guy. And it just feels like he's at home on this Iron Fist.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, Tony. I feel like, you know, kind of Similar playstyle than what we see from WHOOSH on the Captain America. You know, very mobile, just very fluid, moving around and maneuvering around the mission vehicle there. So definitely makes a lot of sense for them to find that comfort. Speaking of comfort, though, it's Jeff time. He's coming out. What a Proteus one in the same. Oh, picking up 3 there. Oh, no! They're out of here. Big damage coming out. And the Galactic Legend from Dixon to try and keep them online here. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it will. They've taken down 2, and now they got more to do.
Yeah, great little micro movement there from Dixon. I was going to say the bubble came in perfectly from Jock Lafine to keep the Swinburne side up, but for the moment, Dixon's just being an absolute menace. I was going to say, we speak about Joji, we speak about, you know, WHOOSH being a menace. Everybody here from Monash just getting up in the fray. Joji's off to the swap over to the Spider-Man on top of Golem, yo. Looking for a little bit of a time, but will be forced to fall back. We'll see WHOOSH. Living Chi coming out here, diving again, once again. Monash, it just feels like they're at home. They're playing like they're playing a ranked game right now, Matt.
Yeah, they're just farming it up in this one. It's Duelist City, Tony. They are giving it their absolute best. Yeah, Joji. Definitely a good answer, honestly, to the flying characters, you know, like your Human Torch, like your Ultron there. But Reality Erasure, boom! Goodbye, Moxicles, and perhaps goodbye to many, many more as well as go on the front once again. But it is going to be only seconds remained here. There you have it, Tony. Monash, take it away.
2, 3.
Holy moly. What the heck did we just witness?
Holy moly, indeed. That is absolute insanity out of Monash. I was going to say, we praised them for flexibility in that last one. I was like, oh, Genzo on the Ultron, that's normally not what we get to see. But yeah, they just take it to a whole nother level here. 4 duelists, and of course, everybody really flexing on that Jeff pick. Joji going to be earning the MVP. I was going to say well-deserved at the end. Those were some insane spears coming out of them. And overall, Monash coming out on top with another victory to their board.
Yeah, really solid outcome for them there. They're going to be really happy with that, you know. Taking advantage of having at least the 2 strategists to rely upon to get those heals through as much as possible. And they managed to pay dividends. Like they keep their duelists online, and somehow they managed to dismantle the traditional composition there, you know, of the 2-2-2.
Yeah, I was gonna say they break away from the meta, and I feel like that's why you know, NetEase allowed, you know, no roll locks, no nothing. They wanted to see some experimentation, and Monash were able to deliver us that exact kind of experimentation. I was going to say a props to Joji, of course, well-deserved MVP, 40 KOs there at the end of that one, earning a ton of medals and a ton of praise from the team. But Monash as a whole, I was going to say, you know, WHOOSH had his times to shine, Dixon as well with the huge Galactic Legend in some of those engagements, and, you know, Fivon, Pikachu holding it down there on the strategist. Unfortunate there for Swinburne. I felt like this could have been their week. I was very much rooting for them, so it's very unfortunate to see there. But I was going to say, props to Monash, looking very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, couldn't agree more from you there, Tony. It felt like we managed to really run it back to the Monash of old. You know, the team that managed to win the championship last season. So very eager to see if they are going to be having a swift return to form, you know, and heading towards the end of season. We do see some more amazingness once again, but we'll see what they can cook up here. We'll see what they can do, you know. I think there's definitely going to be more potential from our teams into this one.
Yeah, I was going to say we're curious, you know, we've been speaking about it, you know, the next patch coming up in a matter of days, new season coming through. And I imagine everyone hard to the grind. I was going to say, a lot of these guys, you know, as we spoke about in the pregame, a lot of familiar faces. If you're following the MRC, the MRI, a lot of these names really come to mind. And I was going to say, curious to see how that all fares for them as well. I was going to say, you know, a lot of these guys putting in the hours in the Uni League as well in the MRC, and it's definitely paying off, as we've you know, we've heard from Monash. They're a team that really has been putting in the work behind the scenes, And I was going to say, just going from strength to strength, flexing up the compositions a little bit. And I was going to say, kind of working stuff out as they go towards the later stages of the season.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Tony. But I think we got to put a highlight on Swinburne as well here. You know, I think there's a reason Moxicles earned that SVP. Like, they got 25 final hits. That's the most in the lobby, Tony. Huge stuff coming out from Moxicles on the torch there. You know, if it's open, why not take advantage of it? And definitely playing a powerful role. Like, we've saw the flexibility as well of our players here tonight. Like, Moxicles was playing strategists, duelists. Like, it feels like everybody on our teams can play a bit of everything. And I think it's very important to have that kind of flexibility come out from our teams, you know, because if you can flex on anything, then you become much less predictable.
Yeah, I was going to say, with all of the strategist target bans from the side of Swinburne, you felt like Monash were like, all right, we don't have to play too heavy into the strategist role. We'll just kind of shake it up a little bit. They played very, I was going to say, interesting composition for this one. Played very stock standard on domination, and I was going to say they can kind of show both styles, right? A wacky, wild, dive-heavy kind of composition, and then your stock standard, your 2-2-2s that we expect to see. But yeah, I was going to say, as you said, props to Moxicles. A very hard game, right? I was going to say, especially with the fact that WotOCE picked that Iron Fist just to counter out the torch in terms of that one. I was going to say Golem Yo as well didn't do too bad on the strategist. Kaguya as well. Props to them. Swinburne, we'll hopefully get to see them bounce back, of course, going into the new patch. Because I was going to say, I don't imagine we've seen the last of Swinburne yet.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I think we're definitely going to be seeing them again. I think there's a lot of potential there, you know, that this isn't the last we've seen of them, as you said, and very eager to see how things play out for them heading into the rest of the season. But, you know, it's that time again, Tony. It's time for an interview with the GOAT. It's Pikachu!
What's up? Hello.
Hello. Welcome back. It's been a while. Pleasure to have you on board.
It's been too long.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I guess jumping straight into it, you know, how has your boot camp been for Monash? Like, I feel like it's been successful based on tonight.
Wow. I haven't really played as many games as I should have, but I feel like I've still got a bit of that energy that I brought last season, and I feel like that carried through to tonight's win.
Yeah, definitely well-earned victory from you guys. I was going to say, I want to pick your brain a little bit. I know it was an interesting composition coming out there on Yggdrasil Path. Kind of walk me through that one. We saw a lot of Jeff hovers. We saw a lot of changing up of the duelist roles. What were the comms like for that one?
Let's just say there were not many comms at all. I think that's the best way to describe it. I got told to bring out the Jeff about 3-4 days ago by the head coach. So I thought, you know, we'll run a comp around my Jeff. Genzo said that he'd played the Storm as well, and he never played the Storm. So that's unfortunate. But I got to bring out the Jeff. My other heroes, let's just say, they're not my strong suits, but I thought I want to have a bit of fun with it. I need a bit more practice. I haven't necessarily gone all the reps in that I was meant to during my boot camp stay. Well, I've been slightly pushed towards the bench. But I think, yeah, Yggdrasil Path, not the greatest showing of my strengths, but yeah.
No, I'd love to see it. You know, we haven't even seen your final form yet, and we're seeing you like this now. So very eager to see what that final form looks like at the end of the season. But yeah, I guess heading towards the end of the season, like, do you feel like with the team you're going to have a pretty confident run? Like, do you think you guys will be able to win the rest of the split?
I'm not too confident considering how we started week 1 against, I believe that was QUT. Very strong team they are. But we're the winners from last season. We're coming back. We're still hungry for the win. We've changed the roster up a little bit. We lost our key DPS, but in the process, we've got Dixon 99. He's an absolute gun on the Hella. And I think he hasn't been able to show just as much as he can. I've run into him on the ladder a couple of times, been completely destroyed. And obviously, Genzo WotOCE, everyone knows them. They're two of the best tanks that Australia has. student, the new acquisition, the new support player. He's still learning, but he's done a good job. And then Fioven, very strong support player as well. So to say that I think we don't have a chance would be a complete lie. I think we're always in with a chance, but it's going to be tough.
No, it's great to see that you're thinking about it holistically there. You know, it's always going to be a tough battle, but the hardest battles make for the most satisfying victories if you do make it. So we want to say a big congrats to you and the team once again for taking the win tonight. Best of luck for the rest of the season, and hopefully we see you again soon.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for watching.
All good. So great to have Pikachu on once again, always exuding so much order or aura, aren't they, Tony? You know, bringing order to the roster and aura to the game. But whilst we think about more games, you know, we've passed by Series 2, and it's time to get ready for Series 3 right on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Marvel Rivals, and it's Matsy and TwoTapTony coming at you once again with the hype. It's time to hype things up for our exciting games and exciting sponsors. First and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But you know what else you gotta do? You gotta power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
And as well, Indomie the Noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try out any of the flavors available from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. And well, again, Matt, shout out all our sponsors.
Yes, that's it. And we're going to take a look at our game. We have Series 3, UTS UNSW. Hello, hello. It's the Battle of the U's, and we'll see which uni is going to win this one, as we got UTS coming at you with Fluente, Milk, Dinosaur Pillow, Anthony, Jaysuni, Gas OCE. Big roster, that one. But who else is going to be a big roster? It's UNSW, Frost, Rung, Glabonting, Lick, Yuang the One, and Ozzy and Muffin are going to be our roster for UNSW here today. And Tony, I'm keen to see what this matchup's going to look like. I sense a lot of power on the horizon here.
Yeah, there's some very scary rosters on paper. I was going to say Battle of the U's, Battle at Sydney for both of these two teams. So it should be an interesting one, as we, of course, looked at the standings, right? UNSW at the top, UTS kind of towards that middle of the pack. So this would be a big W for UTS to pick up here, of course, for our first one here on Domination.
That's it. We're going to Krakoa. Hellfire Gala all there. So get keen for a bit of Krakoa action, Mr. TwoTapTony. Always love this one. You know, I feel like it's great to see. You know, and what's great to see as well is when we see the power, the determination of our rosters here today, as we are straight into the draft, Mr. TwoTapTony, and who is going to be the first one online here?
It's going to be interesting, because I feel like Krakoa kind of lends itself to a little bit more of the flyer kind of comps. We normally see the Ultrons do pretty well with the Iron Man team up, of course, on this map. But already seeing Torch being taken out here by UNSW, kind of a smart one. We've seen what Torch can do in the capable hands of a few of the duelists here in the Uni League. Going to be seeing Loki as well locked in, kind of like these two kind of priorities here with the pick and ban from the side of UNSW. Luna being taken out of the picture, so Frost we won't get to see rock that one, unfortunately. And I was going to say it's some interesting hovers as well from UTS. Gas already really wanting that mag. Ultron going to be taken away potentially here as well from UTS. So as I said, I was going to say, you know, priority towards the Flyers, and UTS have identified that as well.
They certainly have, Mr. TwoTapTony. They certainly have, and very eager to see what else they are going to be able to do here. We got the lock for Luna Snow, but lockout from Loki. So no Loki going to be happening for UTS here, but UNSW will happily take the Loki. So very eager to see how they navigate that one, as we are going to wait things out. Our next set of bands is 4 strategists. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed, Tony?
I'd have hated it here. I was going to say, as a strategist made myself, seeing these bands it make me cry. It make me, I was going to say, it just make me not want to play strategist. I'll let somebody else do that. But we're going to be seeing potential as well lock here for the likes of Mantis. A very strong strategist in the hands of, I guess, our last game. I was going to say Mantis was a very priority pick, with the rest of the strategists being taken out of the pool. Mantis kind of fills that role super well. Not a very high priority pick, because that's why we see the Ultron, Luna, Cloaks, of course, banned the Loki too. So Mantis is kind of, I guess, the 5th best strategist at the moment, and I don't really mind that lockout of UTS. We'll be seeing a ban on Groot from the side of UNSW. So I was going to say, this is crazy. Both teams really favoring the Mantis though.
Oh yeah, they love the power of the Mantis. You know, Soul Resurgence definitely going to be a big one, and the damage output that you can get pairing up the Mantis alongside the rest of any
Adam
roster.
too?
Yeah, I don't want that res comp online.
Oh
Not a
my-
chance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a full strategist ban there from UNSW. It makes a lot of sense. And the fact that they allowed Runkler Bonting through with that Jeff there, like poor Runkler Bonting, man. You should have seen their run in the MRC circuit. They kept having Jeff banned every single game, targeting them specifically. It was so sad to see.
That's crazy. We'll
Yeah.
be seeing Sue lock here for Runk, though. Lick going to be on the Loki. I like Lick on the Loki. I was going to say, very much, I guess, an unsung hero from the side of UNSW. We normally see, I guess, Muffin, Frost be your kind of highlight players, but Lick as well. Getting the Loki for them, potentially going over to the Mantis, though. Ewing the one, bringing out the Winter Soldier, and for the side of UTS, it's going to be a little bit of a different composition. Still going to be seeing, I'm going to say, both teams rocking the Magneto. Very prio pick in terms of, I was going to say, no locks towards the Vanguards, kind of just letting those ones fall through. But yeah, heads up composition, triple strategist out of UTS. I'm surprised that's even allowed considering how many bans went towards that role.
Yeah, honestly, really surprised with what we've seen here, and very eager to see what else is going to be coming in to the mix on this one. As we get prepped up and ready to go, it's time to flow in to this game here. Time to ignite the time stream and get ready to rumble as our teams now look to take the high ground for UNSW here, and UTS, they're just going to keep things down low.
They're going to be playing towards the waterfall. Gas going to be dishing out some good damage there on the Magneto. We're going to be seeing Ozzy, though, over the top there with the torch, just trying to get some chip damage on top of UTS. But for the moment, nobody's capped the point. It's just a lot of trading of the blows here. Anthony will be opting to back up. They're still trying to find Ozzy, of course, playing very safe with this torch. The ability as well, keeping that shield in the hands of Ozzy, keeping them healthy. And it will be the first pick. Muffin able to pick up gas. Looking for a second one on a dinosaur pillow. The Magneto just dishing out so much free damage and finding these free KOs here for the side of UNSW.
Yeah, big KOs coming out there. Like it's a triple KO coming in. Dance of the Butterfly from Anthony as well here. Trying to get something out of it. Doesn't manage to find the impact that would hope for, though. So that's going to be unlucky. But what is lucky is UNSW pushing it over the line right now. Oh, Frost in a bit of trouble. Falls to the rubble. And that is going to be a great way to bring themselves back into the mix. Yeah, but they still have so much more work to do. Like they haven't been able to find an opening on the more KOs. And UNSW can easily recover.
Oh, beautiful sedate there. Supernova out of Ozzy. Just dishing all of the damage there onto the strategist on the high ground. And of course, as well, able to dive on top and get more tornadoes out. I was going to say the sedate there onto Anthony was pretty good from Lee. And of course, Fate of Both Worlds from Milk, keeping everybody healthy as they try to walk up. Psionic Seduction here. Magneto, Meteor M coming out of Muffin, but it doesn't find anything of note here. Lick will pop. Soul Resurgence still trying to find Anthony. That's really Lick's job right at the moment. Denying Anthony his dive potential. Frost is hovering around the point for the moment. Still looking for Anthony as well. We'll see Invisible Boundary here. Pop by Floente. As UTS walk up onto the point. It is going to be 2 quick picks to start.
Yeah, big picks to start there. And looking to see if they can rip them apart here. Big damage from up high, but Ozzy going to be taken down low. So UNSW wants to try and control the flow a little bit better, but they are facing big problems from Jay Zudi here. Big damage on the Emma Frost, and they will be able to hoist their way onto the mission area and take it into their own favor.
Yeah, it's I was gonna say good fight there coming out of the side of UTS. Just when the Staggers were walking up there, UNSW just trying to stall for that percentage a little bit more. But of course, up to 81, that's pretty good. Like again, seeing that scout out for Anthony. Of course, the Dance the Butterfly is available here for the likes of UTS if they want to pop it on the initial engagement. And it is going to be Soul Resurgence here for Runk on the Goddess of Mischief. Coming out sedate as well is good. And UNSW scattering these fights. I was going to say UTS are looking a little bit weak right now. It's going to be the Supernova Adam Aussie dishing so much damage there towards the backline. The strategists need to play for safety. They need to play safe. They need to walk back and scout this one out and survive all the damage there. They will be able to do it. And they're going to pop their ultimates back. Meteor on top of Runk. And that will be 1 KO here for the likes of UTS.
That's it, big KOs coming in, but more to follow. Milk News having the fate of both worlds is going to be a big to keep online. Ooh, Muffin tried to shut it down with a Meteor, but it just didn't happen. Bringing out the Feast of the Abyss, though, is good impact. They did find Dinosaur Pillow, albeit they came straight back with the Cocoon there, so that's a troublesome. Fluente Invisible Boundary is down now as well, but they do have the Karmic Revival available on UTS here, so even if they start losing a player or two, there's a way back into this fight.
There's a way back into it. Flex still being an absolute menace here with the Mantis. I was going to say just dishing out the KOs here, looking for Floente. OC will be able to find that one, and now Lick is diving deep there with the with the Loki. Yeah, that's Runk. The Lick will send them packing for the moment. Percentage starts to crawl up here for the side of UNS, and it will be the portal here. The gas on their last approach. UTS need to go big. Dance the Butterfly as they pop through the portal. And everybody's going to be healthy. That's the power of the Loki. That's why we saw the priority towards the Bears last time around. Karmic Revival as well available here for Dinosaur Pillows. They tick into overtime. It will be Psionic Seduction as well from Jason to hold this one down for UNSW, though. They've got ultimates that Karmic Revival as well. It is going to be Goddess of Mischief here from Rug onto the Dance of the Butterfly. It's going to be Rug for 3 big picks. It's Frost as well with the Maelstrom. And all of a sudden, everybody sent packing from UTS. And it is going to be Rug to find the final KO. UTS, they get back to the point, but they can't hold it down. That first point of Krakoa going the way of UNSW.
That's so great to see, Tony. You know, it plays into something I've talked about in the past where just because you got the God of Mischief ultimate doesn't mean you have to just to use it to use another strategist ultimate. You know, there is a flexibility where you can use a duelist ultimate, a Vanguard ultimate, something to turn the tides of a fight, and Runk made that decision. The Dance of the Butterfly was the perfect recipe in that instance, and it got them over the line. So great to see that they took advantage of that situation, and it worked out wonderfully for them. Now, pressure going to be on UTS to try and adapt around this one. You know, they're already making a few changes. I see Hella coming in, looking to make some big impacts there. They got Phoenix as well, so there's a lot of damage potential here, but I'm just curious to see how they stack it up. UNSW, they're still looking confident as ever as well. You know, the triple strat setup, it's just on lock, Tony.
Yeah, I was going to say, props to Lick, Runk, and Yuang the one. Perfectly played. I was going to say, you know, Frost, Muffin just being that Vanguard presence that you need, right? Your front line. And then, of course, the strategist kind of cleaning it up from there. And we're already going to be seeing Frost once again dive deep. And then fade away. The power with the Venom. Of course, you can swing in and out of fights at your disposal. You'll be running around right now looking for a dive there on towards the back with the strategist there. Frost needs to be a little bit careful. Will not be able to get that shield for them. And they will be taking it out. So quick pick goes the way of UTS. Then we do see Meteor coming out, trying to snipe out Milk. But the fate of both worlds is up and strong. And UTS now look to make their fight known.
Yeah, not going to be able to do much with the Meteor there. Fluente bringing up the Invisible Boundary as well. So it's just allowing UTS to just press up that percentage. Get closer and closer towards taking the mission area here. Good stall from Frost, honestly, to try and stop them, but can only last so long. So that's going to be mission area claimed by UTS now, and percentage is flowing steadily in their favor.
You'll be seeing Frost. That's the frontline fly out here for UNSW. We'll see Ensong Inferno online here with the Goddess of Death as well from Anthony. Frost looking to dive once again. We'll see the Supernova as well popped by Ozzy. Looking to get that damage in early, but I was going to say Jason with this Emma Frost is quite charged up. Psionic Seduction available as well. We'll see Supernova though claim its first target there. Dinosaur Pillows taken out. Runk as well onto Jason. And as well, the rest of UNSW now starting to group around this Loki. Goddess of Death doesn't do anything from Anthony. And it is being clean swept up here from the side of UNSW. So they'll be able to cap the point back with a stagger onto Gas. UTS will lose it.
Be able to lose it there, but we'll see if they are going to be able to bring it back. We do have a Strange online now, so that's going to be something they can take advantage of, perhaps. I have Agamotto. Definitely something to consider here, Tony, and very curious to see if it's going to work out wonderfully for them, or I'm going to have to make some changes here as Yasuni already trying to focus down Frost there, not allowing Venom to be slippery. The Ionic Seduction are coming out as well. Going to try and take advantage of this situation here, but they can't find it. 3 ultimates online within a second there.
Oh.
UNSW deliver. Big boom coming out there. Onwards and upwards for more KOs. And it's an impressive clear up on their side.
That is a huge Meteor M there. Up and sinking that one deep for 3. And we already see as well, Frost just on the Dinosaur Pillar takes the portal back to the point. UNSW controlling all the space right now. And they'll look to fall back, cap that percentage up to about 70 as UTS now look to make their approach on this point. And of course, as you said, still do have that Agamotto available. They did use the Psionic Seduction in that last fight and got nothing out of it. UNSW right now. We'll see Ozzy as well. Supernova's online, so UTS, they need to be a little bit careful here on that approach.
Yeah, need to be super duper careful. Supernova comes out and comes down. Anthony, big shots there. Agamotto coming out here as well. To see if they can phase through it and give it the absolute best here. Strategist Ultimate's coming out in droves, and the lick goes down. That's big impact from that one. Goddess of Death from Anthony as well, trying their best to trickle some damage through, and it works out wonderfully. They are able to claim the mission area back, or force away all their oppressors there, and they are going to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, UTS able to cap the point back. And well-placed fight there. I was going to say, just isolating Ozzy there on the Supernova. Didn't see the Fire Tornadoes really wreak havoc this time. But we'll see. Once again, UNSW still on the approach. Still look to take up on the high ground. Frost thinking about his approach as well. I was going to say, you kind of need to see Frost take this one very, very slowly, as the rest of the team not able to follow up as quickly. We don't have the, I guess, the courtesy of the Psylocke. We'll see some quick damage dealt here. Back and forth goes the way of UTS for the moment. They do have the invisible boundary up for Floente. UNSW, they might be able to find Frost there towards the backline, getting a little bit low. Gas taken out. Invisible boundary popped here by Floente, but it's in the same time. Muffin, Magneto, Meteor M sinking deep there onto Floente, but able to live. Psionic Seduction coming out here from Jason as overtime ticks. It's 99 to 99, but there is 4 on the point for UNSW. They're starting to push these UTS players back to push them off the point. They've gapped it, and now it's up to the side of UTS to try and get back on.
Yeah, try and get back on, try and get back on track. Ooh, Runk bringing out of the Goddess Mischief here, but hasn't activated much as yet. Agamotto comes through though. Oh, it's big from Runk there, forcing them off, but Milk still going to keep this one online with the Fate of Both Worlds there. I love the delay of time with this one. It allows their teammates to potentially have activation onto a portal perhaps, or something more, but they still haven't taken out Invisible Woman, but there we go. Too little, too late, and they will shut the gate. Well done to UNSW on that one. They take it into the group, the carousel. There's no cradle. Fades away, and that will be map 1 in the bag, Tone.
Yeah, map 1 taken away from the side of UNSW. Ozzy with the MVP, but I was going to say everybody from UNSW could kind of highlight as an MVP in some of those fights. The strategist playing that one super perfectly on that first point. And of course, we go over to the second here. And I was going to say, Ozzy on the torch, a very scary threat to, I was going to say, answer for the side of UTS. Jason as well with the SVP for the side of UTS. I felt like Jason didn't do too bad, all things considered, you know, just with the kind of different fights that UNSW were taking. They really spaced them out a little bit. Frost kind of led the charge, and then we saw the follow-up from Muffin. We saw the follow-up from Lake Runk as well, copying some great ultimates in that one. So Runk, I feel like an SVP definitely deserved with the I was going to say all the ultimates that came out from the Loki.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. Like, and the fact that they were so flexible, that they were willing to play into the more aggressive ultimates rather than just to sit, you know, comfortably on those strategist ultimates. You know, you typically see your Lokis bring out Eternal Bond, right, of both worlds, like this, the stock standard stuff, right? But the fact that they jumped into things like the Eye of Agamotto, Dance of the Butterfly, was huge. It took their team over the line when they needed it. And I'd argue even got more impacts than the Strategist Ultimate would have got in those instances there.
Yeah, I was going to say Dance of the Butterfly. I believe Anthony actually swapped off the Psylocke just from the impact alone that Rug had with that ultimate. That was stolen away. So, you know, Goddess of Mischief is great. And, yes, look out as well for the... maybe the potential for a Loki ban going into this next one, because I definitely feel like UTS don't want to let that one slip through again.
No, they certainly do not want to let that one slip through again, and definitely eager to see what that results in. You know, what that looks to look like into the next draft phase. I think that they're going to reconsider letting that Loki through into the next one there, Tony. But, you know, if they don't let Loki through, that just leaves the opening for Runk's Jeff to come into play there. And that one could be very dangerous as well. And the fact that Frost is already playing into the Venom, you know, we could potentially see the symbiotic team up there between Jeff, Venom, and maybe Hela, depending on which duelist they might want to activate upon. So there's definitely big potential they can tap into if they get the chance. But speaking of chances, I'm very eager to see more chances taken for UTS as well. You know, Jaisuni definitely dealing a lot of damage there. There's a reason they were the SVP for their team. They made some pretty big waves on that Emma Frost, and very eager to see if they are going to be able to continue to do so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I like the Vanguards overall. A lot of damage blocked for them. But as well, Milk News with some very crucial Lunar Snow ultimates that came out there from Milk. So maybe we see a prio over to that side. UNSW maybe don't want to have to deal with that one. The boundaries were good there from Floente, I have to say. Some very high impactful ones there. But yeah, definitely that Lunar feels like it might be what we see UNSW focus their attentions on.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Like, the Fate of Both Worlds has just been such a powerful ultimate, like, for so long. Like, there's a reason that, you know, Luna is such a focused band there. And speaking of what's coming up, we got the Empire Eternal Night. We're going to Midtown onto our next map there, everybody. So, definitely eager to see what that looks like heading into this one. But looks like we are going to see a little bit of something else coming in to the mix there. We're going to see a bit of a substitution. Tony, Dinosaur Pillow is out, and we've got Mickey jumping into the mix there. So, going to be a bit of a change up here.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an interesting substitution. Maybe just, you know, get some playtime in. But Dinosaur Pillow didn't do too bad going into that one. So, yeah, we're curious to see whether that shakes up how the side of UTS play, because of course UNSW already leading with a quick map to their disposal. They're taking away Krakoa, and yeah, as you said, we're going to Midtown here, Convoy for our second one, and already seeing both teams taking away the torch this time.
Yeah, that's right. They do not want to deal with the torch. You know, that supernova potential is just too much for them. We've seen pretty much every team focus up around that supernova so far. So definitely understandable why they want to get rid of it. And we are seeing Lunar Snow immediate lockdown there for UNSW. Loki probably going to be locked out. It's being hovered, like they're taking a bit more time to consider it. And there it is. Goodbye to the Loki. And what's next?
And what's next? Lunar Snow lock here for UTS. So both teams get to have a little dance party. And of course, we'll see Loki going to be taken away here potentially from UNSW. Kind of like that one. They don't want to have to play against those very high impactful mischiefs that happen. We'll think, what do UTS take away? Emma. I was going to say, I feel like there's probably prio towards a lot of the other picks. Muffin, definitely on the Magneto, was a force to be reckoned with. I think back to that dunk from such a far range really set that fight up for UNSW. But we'll be seeing Ultron taken away for the side of UNSW. So Psylocke being potentially here for UTS. Well, of course, we know that J-Sune can play that one pretty well, so they're going to be locking that one in. UNSW, what do they opt to ban and lock in here as their final ones, Matt?
Yeah, it's going to be tested here. I reckon they'll probably ban out another strategist, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah, I reckon they do. Yep, there we go.
Mantis.
Bye, Mantis.
Oh, Loki?
Mantis.
Oh, sorry, they've already banned Loki.
Yeah, they've already banned it. They're going to keep Mantis for themselves as well.
Ooh, I like that.
So,
Respectable.
yeah, no, I respect it. Soul Resurgence, adapt.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What?
What?
Come on. Come on.
I was not expecting that.
The the blade lock is crazy here. UTS, they did see the Mantis hover, so they will probably take it away. I was going to say both teams probably going to be banning out the Mantis there. No, actually swapping over to the Ultron. Haven't seen all too much Ultron out of UNSW, so yeah, Mantis was going to be the ban here, but they have blade lock here for UNSW. Yu Wang the one gonna be rocking that one potentially. Lick onto the Ultron because that one got let through. We might be seeing it. It's hovered, Matt. I was going to say the Jeff's there if they want to use it.
Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it, Tony? That's the question. Let's see if they bring it out. Yu Wang the one is going to bring it out the blade there. Runk is bringing out the Jeff time. So, very eager to see how much potential, how much impact they are going to get from this one, Tone, as we are jumping straight in to the zone here, straight in to that KO potential, and very excited to see what this is going to turn into. You know, they're opting in for that triple strategist lineup again. They do have Blade available to nullify some of their opponents' healing potential here, so eager to see how things work out for them, Tone.
Yeah, I was going to say this is a very, I guess, interesting Jeff pick, especially with Midtown. There's not really all too many zones you can kind of spit those opponents off, so Runk is going to have to really thread the needle with some of those Jeff times as we'll get into it. UNSW getting the start on the attack, and it will be defense here for UTS. And I was going to say, normally you don't get to see the Psylocke really on a defense, but not too bad in the hands of J-Sune. We'll be looking to dish out some early damage, but quick pick there from Lick. The KO goes the way of UNSW, and they'll look to push up with that one.
That's it. Gonna be pushing up and looking to lock it in. Lick. Gonna be in a bit of trouble. That's gonna shut down one of the same. Mickey is out of here, so good trade coming out. Runk able to get that one locked down, and to see if they can get more through as well, as certainly taking in a few bits of damage here. Muffin locked down and loaded, trying to see if they shut down their opposing Emma Frost. BkWhatOCE just so aggressive at the moment. You know, they're just in their face, clearing space.
Ooh, Yu Wang the one a little bit too deep in the mix. Full charge up here for Gas with the Emma Frost. Rage of Ultron coming out of Lick, dishing a lot of damage towards the backline, but still going to be taken out. Runk is going to go for the Jeff time. We'll be able to swallow up a few. The Muffin OCE Meteor did come out as well, but this is UTS controlling the mission vehicle right now, as they'll be able to stabilize the fight, and they will win it out. Runk does opt to swap off the Jeff. Only get to see one ultimate out of them, and unfortunately, I was going to say it all kind of came down to Yuang the One overextending there.
Yeah, extension is going to be punished entirely there, and it really goes to show the impact of like your actions, no matter how big or small, can really go a long way. But Fist of the Abyss coming out from Mickey there, they aren't able to take advantage of it, immediately forced into a retreat here, so maybe have to refocus on how they utilize that heading into the future. Might want to find that with a teammate perhaps, but see how things go. It's Fate of Both Worlds is coming online for UNSW right now. Meteor M are looking to come out from Muffin as well. Bang! They take down Milk. Opposing Fate of Both Worlds is out of town here, but UTS, they've brought out the Dance of the Butterfly into the invisible boundary, and Frost is going to be in Freedom Charge as well. Oh, here we go. Kraken impact time, and Frost is already chiming in. Get the KO on the Jetsuni there. Trying to see if they can get so much more with the Rage of Ultron.
Yeah, I was going to say Frost just in the mix, and will be able to be fully healed up there by Lake with the Rage of Ultron. Gets a shield as well. Frost just able to live for so long. And In-Song Inferno coming out here from Italy as well. J-Sune on the Psylocke following up with the damage. I was going to say everybody here from UTS is just all over it. Once again, stalling this push.
Only 60 seconds
Over
left.
and over again, and they stall it out. And very eager to see if they are going to be able to stall it out a little more. But it's all going to be tested, Mr. TwoTapTony, as we get into it once again. UNSW are going to be pushing up over the ambulance there to see if they can catch anyone off a guard here. Big damage already pushed out towards Mickey, but it's Frost, the first one to fall here. First one to get KO'd out, and there could be even more on their way.
Mickey coming in here. I was going to say another Kraken impact out of Yuang One. Not able to find the resets necessary. And once again, Anthony on this Phoenix has been a little bit of an unsung hero. Mickey with the Venom too. I was going to say Portal comes out here to try and get them onto the mission vehicle. And they will be able to come behind UTS here. We'll see Eternal Bond come out of Runk. We'll see Floente popping Invisible Boundary. We'll see In-Song Inferno come out with the Psionic Seduction. It's so much ultimates being popped right now. The Meteor as well from Muffin. Judgment coming out here of Ozzy, trying to stop the strategist from keeping the teammates healthy. And it is so much damage coming out of those guns from the side of Ozzy. They will be able to find the flank as well. And UNSW with the portal onto the mission vehicle will be able to find the fight necessary to push.
That's it. Fighting in and fighting strong. Eventually, they will be able to get it over the line there, but they definitely had to fight for it. You know, UTS did a great job on their initial defenses there. Very eager to see. There's going to be more where that came from, Mr. TwoTapTony, as get prepared for what's to come out of this one. BkWhatOCE is online. I think that's going to be very important. Speaking of, here we go. BkWhatOCE comes in, and they shut down the back line. Already KOs coming in droves right now. And that is one way to shove your enemy entirely out of your way and push that mission vehicle further forward. There goes Herbie. Let's see if they can make it to the end.
Yeah, Herbie steering ahead. Beautiful Eye of Agamotto coming out of Frost. I was going to say the Dance of the Butterfly from J-Sune could have been absolutely huge, but unfortunately, just great stabilization out of UNSW. Frost taking up a lot of fire there from J-Sune here on this Psylocke, and it will be once again Kraken impact out. Yuang the One as the In-Song Inferno flies across. No resets, but two quick KOs, maybe a third here. Dash does miss, and Lick will find that one for quick measure. UNSW are able to keep this push going.
Yeah, able to keep the push going, and able to see whatever they can do, as they are going to be jumping into the mix there, looking to give it their absolute best to TwoTapTony, and see what they can do. Stick her back for a second longer here. That's OCE Holding on strong, holding on true here, but here we go. Beast of the Abyss not finding what they need out of this one, still struggling. Here comes that Eternal Bomb. It's the Meteor, AOC. Boom, it does not get it.
Yeah, very, very well played there from Ronk, able to avoid that one. Unfortunate. Gas isn't able to find it. Beast of the Abyss as well from Mickey, not really finding the mark that you probably want out of your Venom right now. And so, of course, Kraken Impact available for you, Wang the Wong. Higher BkWhatOCE as well from Frost as they're slowly walking up onto this cart. We're seeing Mickey once again be a very prominent threat with his Venom. Of course, the ultimates aren't having the impact, but the dive is. The Dance of the Butterfly coming out from J-Sune, but immediately Fate of Both Worlds up for Lick because they will look to walk it up with that ultimate, and we'll see BkWhatOCE popped onto the backline. Antony blown up by the Maelstrom. As well, Floente did pop the invisible boundary, but it is still all UNSW. It's Kraken Impact game out from Wang the One, trying to find a reset, but they're already gone, sent packing back to their spawn. UTS now need this final hurrah to hold it down and stop UNSW from getting that third capture.
That's right, they really do need a last hurrah. Antony could be the one to deliver it. Final Judgment online right now. Ooh, but they're playing so smart. They're hiding around these corners, playing line of sight on this, and they got their own Final Judgment. Here we go, Eternal Bonds online as well. Wang the One bringing out the Spider-Man. Uh-oh. Big damage coming out. It's BkWhatOCE, the first one to fall. The Meteor coming in. No, does nothing.
That's a rough one. A rare miss from Muffin, and now UTS are able to hold. Mickey is taken quite low. Muffin able to find Antony. And we do have the Eye of BkWhatOCE as Frost is going to walk it up, try to find a crucial stun onto a vulnerable strategist in the backline. Wang the One is looking to dive that strategist as they get stunned up. But you can see UTS are able to hold for the moment. OC did find a crucial pick here. KO goes their way. J-Sune with the Dance of the Butterfly, but is immediately answered by Lick with the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping UNSW pushing this card slowly but surely as the eliminations, the KOs are coming out here. Very much staggered by the side of UNSW, but they're still pushing this card.
Still pushing, still shooting, still getting the headshots through, and we'll see if they are going to be able to deliver even more as Antony is on a long timer right now, and the Eternal Born coming out with the Final Judgment could send more to the backline as well. Ooh, Master Step coming out from Mickey here. Being a bit slippery with it. They could be the last hope here. Darkdoll coming out from Antony as well, trying their best to keep themselves online into this one. They're chopping through the back line, but they are going to be punished. They're taken out, and just like that, UNSW rip it through and take it the waste distance.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, they're able to get all three. And of course, no time left on the clock. Very well played from UTS at the end there. I was going to say to slow that push down that was coming out from the side of UNSW. And of course, Antony will be swapping immediately off of the magic. Mickey thinking about the blade. I was going to say very interesting hover going out. Antony thinking about as well swapping it up onto the Frost. UTS thinking very hard about what they want to play right now, but we'll see a composition change here as well from UNSW. Frost now going to be on the Groot. Wang the One to the Captain America. They could, I was going to say, run the triple strategist, triple vanguard that we saw from, I believe it was Monash? No, RMIT in our first game. So taking inspiration from our previous series.
30 seconds before you attack.
And you know what? I like it. I love it. And very eager to see how things go with this one, Mr. Tony, as we got Captain America online there. Froster playing in to the Groot as well. You know, I reckon it's going to be good times ahead in this one. I love the line of sight blocking potential, especially with that Groot. But I'm just keen to see how it's all going to go right now, Tony, because albeit they have a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, UTS have triple Duelist.
Yeah, triple Duelist. Moon Knight coming out from Mickey. J-Sune still on Psylocke, and Wang the One's just going to sit on the mission vehicle to stop that push from coming through while the rest of UNSW play for that corner choke. You can see Lick. Beautiful laser there, immediately finding Mickey, immediately finding Impact as well. highlighting the crucial targets that need to be found here for UNSW as they all pile onto the mission vehicle. It's going to be Insong Inferno out of Anthony, but it doesn't find its mark. Jaesune will swap over to the Storm. Range of Ultron out here for Lick to just stall out this fight for a little bit longer so UNSW can stabilize here. Moon Knight out of Mickey. We'll see the con shoot, and it will take out Frost with the help of Anthony. And UTS are able to now push onto the cart.
Yeah, able to push their way through there. It's Omega Hurricane coming through as well. Big damage. And it keeps them locked in. So at long last, they will be able to dispose of their opponents, holding down valiantly over the mission vehicle. It's going to be Herbie reloaded now. Going to push their way closer and closer towards the next line. But that portal is going to put the defensive liner back online immediately.
I am ready to put on a show.
Immediately back on towards the mission vehicle. Ozzy will pop. Fate of both worlds, and Song Inferno comes out from Anthony, but it's Jason as well with the follow-up on the Yu Wang, the Wong, Eye of Agamotto coming out from Muffin, but of course it's still Fate of both worlds up for Mickey, so everybody here for the side of UTS will stay healthy, and Mickey will be able to pick two off there. Anthony as well, finding a quick KO, and it is UTS able to stabilize that attempt at a retake there from UNSW.
Yeah, really solid impact, really solid hold coming out from them there, and eager to see if they are going to be able to do it all over again. Freedom Charge coming into this one. You ain't the one. Ooh, taking a ton of damage. They need help desperately. Well, they're going to go down. Fluente good with the invisible boundary as well here, but they're still holding on to the mission vehicle. It's pushing up. Ooh, Strangling Prison comes out on the back line though. They're trying to take advantage, but it's too much healing. They can't do anything. But Milk News and Fluente will go down eventually, so their focus, laser determination pays dividends. And they clean up Herbie and fight on for another battle.
Yeah, just when you thought they kept the strategist online there, UNSW with the pressure to just continue pushing on towards that backline. It did finally pay off. Rage of Ultron now up for Lick, and we can see UTS, they will have a few of their ultimates up as we see them both try to fight for the high ground. The Prison coming out there on the Yuang, the 1-8 Rage of Ultron coming out here in return from Lick just to get those players softened up. Ensong Inferno coming out from Anthony towards the backline as the seduction comes through. It's Ozzy keeping everybody up now. Muffin will be able to find two of the strategists in the backline. Once again, UTS not being able to heal for their strategists right now, and it is all UNSW holding it down once again.
Down to 30 seconds.
Holding it down and locking it in. Not much time available. All they got is the invisible boundary, maybe the Omega Hurricane and Fate of both worlds if they're lucky on the UTS side. But UNSW, they got Strangling Prison right now. Well, no, they don't anymore. They're going to lock it down, trying to wall them in there, but UTS are able to hold strong, take down Frost almost immediately, looking for more KOs as well. Ozzy's down. It's all falling apart here for UNSW. They need to desperately get back on the mission vehicle, or otherwise we could see this go over the line and onwards to a second checkpoint here. They're in big, big trouble. Frost has already changed up to the Strange, trying to see if they can teleport onto the mission vehicle into this one. And here we go, Tony. They're back online. They're trying to block it out, but here they go.
Yeah, they're able to walk on through.
They got on.
They got on. They're able to stop the cart from pushing, but the time goes, the cap goes, and everything goes UTS's way. Beautiful picks there from Anthony. Beautiful blocking as well from Gas. UNSW, you thought they got on? And then they're able to get shut out just like that by UTS.
It going to be able to push it over the line there. Great blockage through the portal. Was really impressed with the group walls coming up from Gas there and just using that forward pressure. Speaking of more to come, Jaesune onwards to the Omega Hurricane now. Rage of Ultron coming out from Link here, trying to keep their team online, and certainly will be able to do that. But Mickey, Jeff time. It's time for a drive-by. They didn't get much from it. They do have the opposing strategist though, so I guess they'll take that. But they're going to be able to get more from it. I don't know about that, as it's Freedom Charge going out from Yu Wayne the one here. Strangling Prison coming out as well. Everything is heating up into this one. The invisible boundary can only last so long. There's a meteor as well to follow from Muffin. They do not get much from it, but they still hold on valiantly as strong as they can. But UTS don't give up. They're relentless into their offense right now.
Yeah, very strong front line from UTS. Just the power of having that Groot at their disposal, and they'll continue to walk it through. Beautiful KO there on the Frost to stagger the respawns here. And we can see UTS cap this second point if UNSW aren't able to get back on. Yuang the one will look to walk it up, but that is the cap. The point is taken as UNSW got a little bit sidetracked trying to find these elims.
Yeah, getting a little bit distracted, it would seem, trying to find KOs through there, but alas, they ain't gonna be enough. And we are gonna be getting back on track into the final stretch here. Ooh, Strangling Prism coming out into the range of Ultron there, and the damage is working! It's working wonderfully! Look at all those KOs! What a way to clean things up here, Tony. They zone him out and stall it out a little bit longer.
And we see UTS stalled, but immediately back to the point, right? Because, of course, their spawn gate pretty much on top of the mission vehicle right now. We'll see Jaysune pop the Omega Hurricane towards the backline with the Jeff Nato. And it is all looking like UTS cleaning that one up. They do shut down Jaysune. Runk is able to find a crucial elimination here for the side of UNSW, and Frost has found Anthony. They're able to stabilize right now. UTS, despite the Jeff Nato, it's all coming up for the side of UNSW.
It looks like the Wolves come out to play. It's a full moon. You ain't the one bringing out the Wolverine, and could be the perfect time for it, honestly. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Anthony. Big damage on the shotgun there. Trying their best to see if they can take more from it. You ain't the one in a bit of trouble. UNSW on the back foot. Strangling Prison gets nothing. That is so rough for BkWhatOCE there, but UNSW are loving it. And here we go. Oh, attempted kidnapping, but it's denied.
Absolutely denied. Australian Prison comes out there as well for Frost. We'll see Rage of Ultron to keep Frost up online as the Agamotto towards the back line. It is a big maelstrom from Muffin as they will find two strategist picks. It is Anthony, though, with the final judgment. And we're seeing UTS still walking up. It's two on the eliminations here out of gas. They're looking for Anthony as well. They're looking for Yuang the one. Lick will fall. UTS will be able to continue to push this mission vehicle to succession. Muffin will be trying to get the portal onto the point. Frost swaps the Captain America, but it is all UTS. They'll cap it with a minute left to spare.
Time to switch things up.
I cannot believe what we have just witnessed, Tony. It really has gone the full distance for both of our teams here. Both their teams on equal footing once again, as we only have 1 minute between them for both teams to push it as far as they possibly can here. Will someone be able to claim victory? Will someone be able to push it over the line? The time will tell as it all gets put in motion. But here we go. Back into the game, back into the fray. Ready to see who is going to be able to take away this play.
And it's an interesting swap up. We're going to be seeing Lake now
30 seconds.
onto the Rocket, playing into the Groot team up. Of course, yeah, as we we see a minute for both of these teams to push and hold as much as possible. And UTS, they seem to have found their winning composition, right? Mickey and Jaysune. That Jeff Nato was absolutely explosive, and as well Anthony. And beautiful on this Punisher. UNSW. Now, we'll see Ozzy actually swap over to the Iron Man, so looking to control the skies and the low ground. UNSW, they need to be very precise now.
Yeah, need to be locked and loaded into this one. Really give it their best. So just like Ozzy, immediate just punishment on to the Punisher turret there. And eager to see if they can catch something else through here as well, as UNSW is continuing this forward momentum onto the mission vehicle. Speaking of, big punishment coming over the top there. BkWhatOCE to be in big trouble and it will be taken out. So turret online now onto the mission vehicle, and they are looking to deal as much damage as they possibly can. At UTS, they're forced onto the back foot here, really trying to get back to that next corner. See if they can stall them out right before the edge of this first checkpoint here, as there's not much time to go. You know, one big wipe could mean the game is done and dusted here. But here we go. This could be what they need. Final Judgment trying to clear the mission vehicle. Eternal Bond comes online, and they're already getting all the KOs through. Entity is unstoppable with it all. But here we go. Time doesn't do anything. Just Luna Star is invulnerable in her ultimate, but it's A-OK. They're still gonna be tracking along well, and they've got it over the line, Tone.
Yeah, huge attempt there from Mickey with the Jeff time, but now overtime ticks. They'll get around the corner, and they need to hold steady. That was an almost fight wipe there that from the side of UTS. I was going to say Anthony with the judgment was so perfectly timed, but UNSW were able to hide behind the mission vehicle, and they'll continue to push. Eye of Agamotto is online here for Muffin, but that's the only ultimate really here. A Mega Hurricane for Jay Sune. And this needs to be very, very concise. You see Mickey has swapped over. Magneto, Meteor M, Invisible Boundary. Everybody here, it's going to be Yuang the one on the Iron Fist, but everybody's off of the mission vehicle. Jay Sune will clean them up with the help of the Magneto. And it will be only 88 meters here in round 3 pushed by UNSW.
That's it, Tony. Not going to be able to push too much at all. At least they got it over that first checkpoint there. But it's a bit of a rough gig, isn't it? You know, they're stuck. They have to play hardball on the defense here. And you're going to see if they are going to be able to take advantage of this situation and find more from it. As side switch, strategies crumble, turn into something all brand new. And let's see who is going to be able to pull through and take advantage of this situation right now. Will it be UTS? Will it be UNSW? Time for them to prove themselves and show us who is up to par.
Who is
30
up
seconds before you
to
attack.
snuff here? I was going to say we've got Yuang the one on the fist now, so this is a interesting swap up. We're going to be seeing Ozzy now over to the Punisher. Feeling like the impact of the Punishers has been definitely felt now going into this round 3 stage. Gas, Jay Sune though, not really swapping up all too much. Mickey Anthony will be changing up the duelist composition here. The UNSW, now they need to hold for 88 meters. They can't allow that first corner to be really taken over, as we'll see. UTS walk it out here. They will opt to give up the high ground here, as Mickey dishes out some great damage there on the Moon Knight. But it is already Frost finding that first pick.
Finding the opening there and looking to see if they can zone out even more from this one. But there's not much time to play around with here, you know. They've definitely still got a chance to just hold strong into this one. Force them back out of it already though. Jay Sune, big KO on a Muffin there, and they are looking for much more here. We'll see if they can get it. Big hits over the top, forcing their way deeper into the Endeavor now. Ooh, Conchu coming out from Mickey though, taking advantage of that one. That's a struggle for UNSW, but they're still alive, still holding on.
Yeah, Yuang the one on this side of this has been an absolute, I guess, a menace a little bit in this round 3, as we'll go to overtime, and we'll see UTS continue to walk it up. Meteor is available for Frost. Nobody here from UTS really with any ultimates online just yet. It is going to be Muffin taking up space there. They do have so much to work with. The Strangling Prison comes out, and it's 2 from Gas. And it is now looking like UTS can look to walk it up on towards this mission vehicle. It's another from Mickey. They will pop the judgment just for good measure to stop Wang from stalling out this point. And overtime will tick, and UTS continue to walk it up. But of course, Muffin does have that Strange Portal available, does have the Eye of Agamotto. So many ultimates here for UNSW to stabilize.
My goodness, can you believe it, Tony? They are able to stabilize, hold on, hold strong here into the OT timer. UNSW desperately clamoring around to see if they can find some further impact into this one, but there's not much further to push here. UNSW need to lock it down, or otherwise we are going to go the distance into this one. And here we go, Frost bringing out the meteor. Oh no, it ain't happening. Agamotto's happening, and it's Omega Hurricane, but Ozzy zones out one more, and it could all be over and out right here, right now, Tony. No one's on the mission vehicle except you, Wayne the One. Iron Fist, OP, Living G. Oh, here we go. It's over. Surely not. And it is. We're going to a third map, Tony. Oh, my goodness.
Absolute insanity there. Just a beautiful hurricane. Muffin tries with the Eye of Agamotto, but it doesn't hit the mark. Anthony, MVP performance there on the Punisher with 55 KOs. And we went all the way deep into overtime there, Matt. But of course, UTS able to bring it across the line, and that scoreboard is something to say the least. Frost blocking almost 90,000 damage. But of course, for the side of UTS, they were able to bring it out. Some very crucial ultimates. And I was going to say, Jaesune and Anthony, the duelists, were absolutely insane here for the likes of UTS on that one.
Just amazing work coming through from them there. Amazing stuff, honestly, Tone, and very eager to see how things play out heading in to this third and final map. Both of our teams, what changes do we see towards the draft phase there? Do we see Punisher panned out now? Do we see something even more scary? All will be revealed once we make our way there, Tony. But, you know, thinking of how intense this series has already been, like, how are you feeling?
I'm on the edge of my seat. That was a insane one there. And I was going to say, SVP, as you look at the statistics, right, 82,000 healing from Runk on the Cloak and Dagger. So, yeah, there is a lot to unpack, I was going to say, and I definitely feel like, yeah, the Punishers for both teams were a extremely vital asset there. I was going to say, Ozzy kind of picked that one because Jaesune was really being a threat there on the Storm, but I was going to say, Anthony, I was going to say as well, Gas, some of those angling prisons were absolutely huge, and those were very key in winning out some of those engagements there from the side of UTS. But yeah, I was going to say, UNSW, it felt like they could have pushed that one across the line. They started out so well there in the overtime. They had so many ultimates online, they just couldn't find the right time to use them there in that final engagement.
Yeah, agreed. You know, they just didn't have the right recipe for disaster there, but you know, we got a recipe for disaster here on the symbiotic surface. It's time for Clintar Convergence. Tale as old as time, a classic map coming in into the mix here, Tony, and very excited to see how both of our teams now managed to play this one out. You know, I think that the first mission area, definitely a grand point of contention, especially before heading into the convoy section of this one. Really excited to see what both teams are going to be able to achieve once we do make our way into the map here, Tone. But, you know, I think there's going to be that heavy strategist focus into the draft phase again. You know, I think our picks and bans, protects, whatever is going to be mostly stock standard, maybe with a few subtle differences, though, as we jump into it right now.
Yeah, we're seeing, of course, the hovers, but the hovers don't really mean a whole lot. Immediate torch ban for both sides there. So we're not going to be seeing that one here on the symbiotic surface. Lunar lock in here for the side of UTS. I don't blame them. The way Milk has been playing this Lunar has been absolutely a treat to watch, and low-key going to be taken away here for the side of UNSW. They don't want to have to deal with that one. They're happy to play it themselves, but they don't want to take it, of course, against low-key themselves. So Lunar lock in, Loki taken away. So very similar mirror bans and locks here for this final one.
That's right, Tony. Stock standard. Expands are coming through right now.
Ooh.
That one doesn't surprise me
Yeah.
in the slightest. Punisher from Anthony has been too much for them to deal with. So getting rid of it is going to be a net positive for them. But getting rid of it like that, what does it allow through in consequence?
It's a question. Does that potentially allow something else of high priority that gets to go through the picks and locks? We'll see Ultron taken away. We'll see Mantis locked in here by the side of UNSW, potentially to give that one over to Lick. Once again, I was going to say, very good to see the strategist focus here for UNSW playing into, I was going to say, Lick, Runk. They've been absolutely key here for the side of UNSW. And, well, for UTS, they will lock the Magneto in. They'll take it away, of course, from the hands of UNSW. And we'll see. Potential final ban here. There's a lot that's still left up. Maybe the Psylocke, I was going to say. I don't imagine they want to let Jay Sune play that one, but Ultron going to be taken away.
That it will, Tony. And you're keen to see the impacts of that are coming in too. Next round ahead of us right now as we get our final locks in. Sune, Spider-Man. That is a super pick if I've ever seen it, Tony, and very eager to see how it all plays out for our teams into this one. See if that is going to be the answer they need here as we get prepared for battle, prepared for what's to come here. And here we go.
Yeah, we're live into the final one. Symbiotic Surface, Clinter, UNSW, UTS fighting for the top of the table. I was going to say UNSW currently undefeated at the moment. And UTS have definitely brought it to them this evening. As we'll see them control the high ground for the initial push here. And I was going to say as well, bringing out the penny for the side of UTS is an interesting one to note. I was going to say maybe playing for the pick potential. With that web, you can catch a crucial target very easily. But we'll see them portal onto the point here. Immediately off rip. Gas going to be putting that one through. As a little bit of damage comes the way of UNSW as well. Just slinging out some webs. I believe that's Jason 8.
So it is, but we'll see. There we go. Another one coming in. So I reckon that's going to cause some cheeky plays, or a few for that matter, as they try and pace their way over towards the mission area. But for the moment, UTS are just going to be pretty calm about their push, honestly. They're going to be pretty calm and collected, and you're going to see we are going to be able to cause some harm heading in towards the mission area, as well as already we've almost bypassed the minute mark so far. So UNSW doing a pretty good job on defense, but maybe not for long. Frost is in a bit of trouble and gets punished. There's an opening. UTS now need to exploit it.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting fight, right? Playing for the high ground here, trying to wrap their way on towards the point. Sune will be healed up by the team. UNSW, oh, they need to hold it strong. Yuang the one able to find a crucial pick there. Turret comes out on the point from Ozzy. Very interesting one. Kraken impact out of Anthony. No reset available. We'll see. Of course, Floente try to back away. Yuang the one with his own Kraken impacts coming through for 4 KOs and making a Penta KO from Yuang the one to hold it down from UNSW.
Again! Oh, not again. Ooh, not again. Huge KO potential coming out from the Bucky player there. Winter Soldier gonna boulder past and soldier on into that one. So UTS back to the drawing board to see what they can come up with here. They are pretty close to 2 strategist ultimates, for that matter. They've got Fate of Both Worlds and Invisible Boundary right around the corner. And UNSW have nothing. They have nothing right now. This could actually be perfect if they can find their footing into this one. But obviously, UNSW are about to have something very, very soon in response. So Would it all work out for them? But here we go. Strangling Prison straight into the Omega Hurricane, into the AGON there. Fate of both worlds coming out, and it's going to be UTS taking advantage of this one. Everybody is on a top, on a lockdown here. So big ultimate commitment coming out from UTS there, but UNSW they're still holding on, but maybe not for too long. They do have a portal though, which could be their saving grace. Ooh, they're trying to get on it. Here we go, Tom.
Yeah, onto the point. The judgment comes out here from Ozzy, and we'll see a immediate stagger of KOs there from both sides. Lick able to find the one on the NCD, but is getting hit up right now by Mickey on this Emma Frost, who is dishing out so much damage. It's going to be Jay Sune as well, combining for a few more. And it is all going to be the likes of UTS. A little bit anticlimactic on the portal. Thought we would have seen the Punisher ultimate go huge, but UNSW not able to get on. And I was going to say for UTS, they're able to continue pushing.
Able to continue pushing on, pushing in to TwoTapTony, and very eager to see how far they can take it here. You know, these have been such intense battles. You never know who's going to come out on top of these things, right? And Anthony's already started off strong, finding Yuane the one there, and looking to see if they can get anyone else out of the mix here. Oh, here we go, Jaisuni! Omega Hurricane! It's time to drain those HP bars all the way down to net zero! As Frost is the only one to fall there, but there is going to be more to follow right now. UTS are cleaning up the mission vehicle! Evacuate to the dance floor! And they are going to be infected by the symbiotes.
Feeling resurgence of the symbiote right now, and you can see that UNSW, they have to change a few things up. It's Ozzy over towards the Black Panther, which we haven't seen so far this series. Yuane the one, Kraken Impact is available as well. We do have the Eye of Agamotto for Muffin, but UTS are still looking to push on through. The Psionic Seduction as well hits its mark. Anthony with a Kraken Impact as well towards the front line of the cart, and it will be the mission vehicle pushing forward here for UTS. And they'll stagger out a few more KOs. UNSW, we're in a little bit of a world of hurt right now, Matt.
Yeah, they're in for a bit of pain there, Tone, aren't they? And we're eager to see how they can take advantage of this situation. What else they might be able to achieve here, as they are trying their best to hold strong, give it their absolute most. But here we go, Psionic Seduction straight into the fate of both worlds. There's more ultimates activated as well. Lick bringing out the fate there. Got Meteor coming out from Gas. Ooh, they get Yuane the one. Not going to be able to get more though, but here we go. Omega Hurricane into the Eye of Agamotto, and the Invisible Boundary coming out. Gas is down. Big trades rampaging their way in. The Eternal Bond from Runk is good as well. And now UNSW managed to find their footing and get KO after KO. They hold on to it, Tony.
Yeah, they're able to finally find the fight necessary to get those KOs through. And for the side of UTS, they expended a lot in that one. Of course, a Mega Hurricane almost hitting its mark there for Jay Sune, but now for UNSW, it's about holding it once again. Ozzy over towards the back there with the Blast Descent available. We will have you the way along available with the Kraken Impact. And of course, on the cart right now, on the mission vehicle, Jay Sune will find Ozzy on the back, so this is still good now for UTS as they continue to push up.
Pushing up and pushing in. Psionic Seduction is ready to go. Should they require it? Speaking of, here we go. And it's going to be the time for the Kraken Impact. Anthony, break it in again. And they will force them all the way back to their spawn point. And they have rushed the mission vehicle gracefully to its completion. And thus, UTS bless the timeline. And now it's time for the side switch. Time to see if UNSW can get it done as well.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, beautiful final push there from the side of UTS. And, well, for now, UNSW, they have to do the same thing, right? I was going to say they might opt to swap up to the Storm here. Ozzy's definitely thinking about it. I was going to say, with the fact that the Ultron team up isn't available, the Ultron's not even available. So UNSW, they'll probably have to play into the hands of UTS. And for UTS, if it ain't broke, don't fix. They'll stay with the same composition of heroes that we saw from them on their push. And we get to see Lick bring out the Mantis. And this is going to be a crucial one. I feel like we need to see Lick shut down J-Sune on that Storm.
Warlock is a curious name for one.
Ooh, definitely going to see too much potential from that, honestly. Like, the Omega Hurricanes have just been huge from them, but I mean, it's not just Storm that's able to make the waves there. It's Anthony with those Kraken impacts that's just been huge. Like, UNSW have had their fair share of struggles against the composition on the offense. On the defense now, however, this could be a different game, Tony, and very eager to see how they can play it out, as they got the Venom, they got the Jeff, so, you know, a little bit of that symbiotic team up there. If they had the Hela, it'd be something entirely different, but they might not even need it. So, need to see how this all plays out for them.
And I was going to say, quick hook coming out from Anthony. That's, I was going to say as well, the unsung hero from UTS has been Anthony with some of these picks with the hook. Lick will be able to find that initial one onto J-Sune, though. They will be able to find Mickey as well. They're walking it up. Runk as well getting involved with the Jeff. And it is all going to be UNSW cleaning up this point more concisely than UTS took it. So we'll see. No strange portal available. UTS are just forced to give it up immediately.
Forced to give it up immediately, and you're going to see what they can do as it's time for them to bounce it back into this one. And give it their absolute best here as they build themselves up. Yuwayne the One are going to be able to find the opposing duelist there. J-Sune is down, and could it be more potential? Jeff time, here we go. Picking up two there, trying their best to skip away. They will be able to make it back, so forcing them into the back line there. And this allows the opening presence to shut them down one after the other.
Yeah, that is, I was going to say a crazy combo. Runk swallowing up two there and then spinning it in towards the backline where they're softened up so perfectly for Lick to just find those quick KOs. And we can see how aggressively UNSW are playing this attacking side. The fact that they now get to use this Venom to its full extent. And we'll see that bite available as well. We'll see Kraken impacts, and we'll see UTS try to walk out through this side hall, but of course, they have to be very concise about this fight. It's going to be the Psionic Seduction. It's going to be the Meteor as well from Gas onto Lick. Ultimate pop back in return, and it's going to be Yuwayne the Wong with 4 KOs there. Make it 5. Looking for the Hexa KO on the Kraken impacts. And that is UNSW again continuing to push.
There you go, and this one's to you, everyone watching. You said Joji's the only one who can hit the Hexa KO. No, you ain't the one can hit the Hexa KO too. They have proven themselves here tonight, and they got more bite on its way as well. So, need to see what they are going to be able to achieve as they push that mission vehicle all the way up. It's time to deliver much more power and greatness. And here we go. Kraken impact online from Anthony, but they aren't able to roll it through again.
Yeah, and it is going to be Solar Resurgence out of Lake Frost going to be able to find one. Dance the Butterfly on towards the mission vehicle, and there's no... I was going to say, there's no ultimate there from the Luna. Runk has swallowed up 2 and spits them away from the cart. Anthony tries to hook the Jeff back in, but Runk is a slippery little devil on this shark. They will be able to find J-Sune on the mission vehicle. 2 still staggered out towards the right-hand side, and it will be Ozzy finding one on Anthony. They stagger up this last KO. And UNSW just continuing to put the pressure on. Mickey trying to stall with this Jeff running around the cart for the moment. Here's the slippery little devil himself, not able to find this KO here for the side of UNSW. Yes, they might be able to stabilize here.
Oh, let's see. Nope, not gonna happen. So, it's gonna be all tied up, Mr. Tony, and noticing a stark difference here. In the fact that one team has 1 minute to push the mission vehicle and the other has 4.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of time.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. My goodness. I wonder if they're gonna, both push it all the way and get a draw. That'd be great.
That's true. That's true. The draw does exist. And we could go to a potential map 4. I believe that would be the first time here in the AEL University League. For Marvel Rivals here for Elite Series.
Would love to see it. And we're going to see if we are going to run it back. Go for 4. Go for 5 maps. Go for 6 maps, Tony. Let's get all the maps on the pool.
All the maps.
All of it. Yeah.
The poor 2 teams that have to play off this, though, Matt. We're already...
They can join the lobby as well. We'll make it a 12v12.
12v12, yeah. little team up in the unis.
Man. Imagine.
That'd be cool.
That'd be a fun little game.
That'd be so much fun. I was gonna say, I feel like you probably wouldn't want bans in that one.
Imagine you had 4 Meteor M's at once.
Oh,
imagine 12 Meteor M's at once.
That's an observer's nightmare, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the creation of the world happened again. That's the end of the dinosaurs, Tony. My goodness. What? We are going to be seeing some big potential from Frost here, jumping straight into it. Ooh, could be something good on its way, but just going to be a stalling out for the moment.
Ooh, great grab there from Muffin, trying to find that initial KO there. Frost is going to be walking up, needs to be a little bit careful, but I was going to say Frost is one of these guys that plays the Venom super well, and I was going to say, not every day we get to see it. Out of Frost, he's been playing a few different things. Muffin fully charged up for the moment, but I believe Gas is too. Still fighting for this room control, still trying to walk up. Muffin is low and taken out by Gas. Anthony does have the invisible pulse cannon available. As the damage is being dealt, pulse cannon comes out, and it will find Lick. And that will be OT ticked up. Frost on the mission area for the moment, trying to stall the time. But Gas, J-Sune will be able to find UTS this capture, and I don't think the portal's available here for UNSW, so they're going to have to give it up. They're going to have to regroup for this next fight.
Yeah, going to have to regroup, reconsider their approach into this one, and see what they can hook up here, Mr. Tony, as they've got a lot of ultimates online, so it's not the end of the road just yet, but they definitely have to consider their options, as things could implode sooner rather than later if they're not careful. But you're going to be careful, being cautious already. There is a bit of potential, a bit of firepower coming down onto the mission vehicle at the moment.
J-Sune tries to get up on the height there. Milk News does pop the Fate of Both Worlds. We'll see Fate of Both Worlds in response. We'll see Psionic Seduction. We'll see everything here. You ain't the one once again with the Kraken Impact, trying to find this reset onto Gas, but they're quite healthy with the Seduction coming out. Dash comes across, invisible boundaries as well. Lick with the Soul Resurgence. Everybody staying healthy here for the side of UNSW. Dare to the butterfly towards the backline, but it is doing not a whole lot. J-Sune will be able to find Ozzy. That is one strategist taken down. They're trying to find Lick as well. Frost will fall in the interim, and it will be UTS to continue to push.
Continue to push, continue to hold. They will not fold here, but that OT timer is about ready to be snuffed out. So definitely have to hold on for as long as they possibly can here. UNSW, they're ready to lock things in. They're ready for another fight. They have a Karmic Revival online, which could be a huge difference maker, especially at this point in the game, Tony. Very eager to see what they can do with it as the damage now starts to trickle in slowly but surely. Big focus onto the back lane there, and already Fluente has gone down, looking to see if they can catch anyone else as well. They just might. They're getting close to it, and there it is. Invincible Pulse Cannon comes out, does nothing. Cracking impact online. Getting a bit strugglesome, I'd say, but they're still giving it their absolute best.
Yeah, Climate Revival comes out. Everybody is able to play with a second life. Gas taken out. And it will be UNSW stopping it there before the second capture, so we'll see it push to 118 meters. And now 4 minutes here to play with for round number 3. UNSW. What do we see? We'll definitely see them return to the Jeff. Ronk had a field day with that one. I was going to say just isolating the fights there. Not even, I was going to say, Clintar is one of those maps that you can't really spit people off, but it's about isolating the fights more than anything, and Ronk is good at that. He's been very, very key with some of those Jeff times. UTS, they're going to have to hold their nerve here 4 whole minutes to stop this one from coming through from the side of UNSW.
Yeah, it's look, it's gonna be a tough endeavor. Tony, very tough endeavor. And you have to be a very resilient roster if you want to take control here and bring it back. And you know, I think maybe they should really manifest their Iron Fist energy into this one. I think it's time for meditation and living chi. You know, to try and put yourself in the Zen state that's going to be required to hold off your opponent for 4 minutes straight.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
We'll see.
Got it?
I was going to say, an interesting change-up as well. We didn't get to speak to all too much there on the push from UTS was the Iron Man. And Jaysune with the Psylocke. See UNSW. Slow crawl up through the right-hand side. I was going to say, shout out to the strategist in this this circumstance, right? This is when your strategist can be made or broken. Anthony will be able to find Lake there to start it off. So, initial casualty for the side of UNSW. There'll be another pickup there. Mickey able to stabilize, take out Ronk. So, these staggered KOs are coming out here for UNSW. They need to be a little bit more careful.
Need to be more careful, more cautious here, as still going to be more good things on their way. But speaking of on their way, we are going to see UTS looking to give it their absolute best here today. 3 minutes now is all they require. They're getting closer to it, Tony. They've already stalled out a minute. Why not 3 more? But we'll see what they can achieve now as damage is coming through here. Looking to give it their absolute all into this one. Frost & Co. desperately clamoring around, trying their best to get onto the mission area, but no one is going to be caught in their crossfire as well until now. Invincible Pulse Cannon comes out, big damage over the top, not going to be able to catch a KO off of it, but they are still using their presence. Get something more through. Mickey has gone down. There's a crack in the armor here, but no one else is pushing in. It's time for Jeff time! They get Luda!
Yeah, they will be able to swallow up Luda. Dead to the butterfly, though. Back in return, Jaysune able to pick off these KOs with a triple. As well with one from Gas, they will be able to stabilize the point. So that Jeff time was okay for Runk. It took away the fate of both worlds potential for the side of UTS, but the rest of them were able to stabilize. And now, 2 minutes here, UNSW need to put their best foot forward. They still have ultimates online. Milk does still have that fate of both worlds. Stall this fight out, but we need to see Yu Wang the Wong rip that crack at impact and have that success that we've seen from him previously.
Here it goes. All Resurgence coming out into the fate of both worlds there. Already getting a KO on a Mickey. There's a tick on the mission area. Cracking impact online as well. Beast to the Abyss. Fate of both worlds. Psionic Seduction. It's every ultimate you can imagine for UNSW right now. And you know what? They need it. They will be able to reap the rewards, take the benefits at long last. They had to fight so hard for... Oh! Invincible Pulse Cannon comes out! There's no way! Just as soon as you think they brought it back, it's ripped from their clutches there. Oh, that was major coming out from UTS, but UNSW have already claimed the mission area and its convoy section, so they're already closer to the respawn point here, Tony.
Oh, but the Eye of Agamotto there from Mickey on towards the back line, but it doesn't matter. There's no follow-up here. Muffin bashing away onto the other Emma. Gas taken low. Frost is also extremely low and taken out of the process. But I was going to say UNSW, UTS, that was a great pulse cannon, but UNSW, they were able to secure the point. They were able to secure themselves that front with spawn. No staggers coming out here. Anthony needs to be careful because UNSW are fighting for these KOs. They're fighting for that space halfway towards that last capture. Dance of the Butterfly here is able to find 3. Once again, it's another triple KO from the likes of the Psylocke. Mickey on the cart right now on the mission vehicle, stopping down. Overtime now ticks to UTS as they'll clear out the mission vehicle, and it's going to be the Jeff time to try and get back onto the cart, but Rump is just trying to play for the life. Portal is through. UTS, though, they are healthy in numbers. They are not falling.
Not falling, not stalling, and ready to see who's going to be mauling away on this one. Big KOs coming through from UTS, though. It's time to clear up this mission vehicle. Time to claim victory! And it will be taken away by UTS! Oh my goodness! Can you believe it?
Absolute anarchy. Final score goes 4-5, and Jay Sune, a well-deserved MVP. That's why you wanted to see the Psylocke out of them. And 52 KOs to the board. UTS, the reverse sweep here. UNSW, it started so dominant. You're like, all right, that's the team we expect at the top of the table. That's our perennial champion contenders. But Jay Sune, 52 KOs there. 51 as well from Anthony. Huge performance out of the side of UTS and UNSW. That was a game, Matt, for the ages.
I couldn't agree more, Tony. Just a fantastic presence. Honestly, coming through there. Huge stuff from them, and really impressed with how it all played out. Just mind blown. Honestly, Tony. Mind blown. And very eager to see how things go. As we now have an interview with Mickey!
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome in. And first and foremost, congratulations, man. That game was insane. Like, talk me through that last section there. What were the comms like from you and the team?
Oh, the comms were crazy. I think we focused on more ults that could just surprise them, like Iron Man. And I think the Iron Man is definitely what really clutched up for us there. Even the portal play with 3K, it was crazy. And yeah, we just kept on picking off the supports. We were basically just yelling out names. Emma, Strange, we were just calling everything. It was so intense, and it was really good.
Yeah, I was going to say, really great game out of you guys. Bring it all the way down to the wire. They're going OT in such a nail-biter on Clintar, but I was going to say I want to draw back to Midtown. And what was the change-ups there? I was going to say we saw a lot of different compositions out of you guys on that one, and I want to pick your brain a little bit. I was going to say, coming in after that after that game, what was the communication like?
Yeah, I think what happened in the second game is we were able to adapt our comps really effectively and also run comps that wouldn't be traditional. You know, like we ran triple DPS there in the end, and like, not to talk big about myself, but like the Moon Knight, and just like, I still think people don't understand how fast you can get Moon Knight ult, and just the fact that he can, if he unks you, and it's just a guaranteed kill if you have no supports pocketing you. But yeah, we're as you saw, or if you could see, we probably ran through like 20 different champions there. So we were literally, first point we ran one thing, second point different comps, third point Death Bolt, third point, fourth point, like it's just so all over the place, to be honest.
No, I'd love to see it. You could honestly call it like the revolving door composition, considering how many different faces you had there.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah.
Even different roles, like support going to DPS going to tank, you know, it's crazy.
love it. But yeah, I guess heading towards the rest of the season, like, do you feel like this is a big confidence booster for you guys heading towards the end of the season?
Yes, I think considering we were tied for fourth and fifth, almost on the barrier of not making it, and now we're beating the team that hasn't lost a single game, I think it sort of proves our worth, and it says that to all the haters that UTS can compete at the top and hopefully take back the #1 place in the end.
That's it. Confidence is key there. I love to see it and loved the gameplay from you guys tonight. It was just amazing to see. David took down Goliath, so to speak. And
Yeah,
very keen to see more of that big energy from you guys. You guys killed it.
definitely.
Thank you so much for coming on for the interview, Mickey. It's been great and hope to see you again.
Next time in my cosplay, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. I'm curious which one now, Tony.
Surely the Jeff one, right?
Oh, no. I think he's thrown back to the other interview.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the Star-Lord cosplay.
Yeah. That'd be cool. That'd be cool to see.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. All right, let's jump into our next game, though, everybody. There's no rest for the wicked. We are straight into our last series of the night. It's going to be QUT taking on Macquarie right now. Another two very impressive teams here. QUT has been a rising star, I'd say, through the season. I think they've been very impressive and very keen to see more of what they're going to be able to do coming up against the likes of Macquarie here tonight, Tone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've had conversations behind the scenes, and very much impressed out of how the performance of QUT has gotten better throughout the week. So I was gonna say, very much impressed us as we check out the rosters for you. Jay, Talisman, Rexy, QTXO, Omni-Man, and Juicy for the side of QUT, and for Macquarie, it's Tashi, Accelerate, Crescents, Delulu, a dumb chicken, and bot frag. So this is going to be one for the ages, Matt, because Macquarie also have some very sharp individuals. I was going to say Accelerate, Tashi have been two names to point out as well. Crescent, I believe, has been performing pretty well on the Loki from time to time. Bot frag as well with the Magneto has been impressive. So QUT, they've got their work cut out for them, but they've got some great stars in their own regard.
Yeah, I got no doubt there, Tony. Definitely big stardom be showcased from all of our players here. And what's this? It's a Burning T'Challa, and definitely keen to see how this one goes. Love to get on to Burning T'Challa. Love the destructible terrain in particular. Being able to break down the pillars there and block off those lines of sight is really important, especially when taking control of that mission area in those initial stages. So great to see this domination map coming through here for game number 1 of this amazing series, Tony. But curious to see what the draft phase is going to look like for these teams as well. Probably going to be deja vu. I feel like I've been in this place 3 times before. But we'll see how that's going to go coming into this one now. I feel like, into next season even, it probably will be more of the same in terms of the picks and bans there. But you don't know till you know. But what I do know, Tone, is it's time for that first ban.
And it's going to be Torch. It's definitely Torch. Oh, actually, though, Macquarie betting out the Black Panther. So curious to note about that one. But, of course, you saw Tashi hovering that Torch. Will not be able to bring that one out. QUT. A lot of Blade hovers, potentially, for them. I was going to say at least one of them will be able to play Blade. Probably not all 5 of them, though.
No, I don't think all 5 of them will be able to bring that much vampiric aura. Tony, I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe into, if there's an upcoming game mode or arcade mode or something, then maybe. But
yeah,
we'll see what I can do there. For now, though, Lunar Snow is going to be online for both teams, so that's great to see. And very keen to see what they are going to be able to do with it. As our next set of bands come online here, one thing I do notice is Iron Fist is going to be denied. So we aren't going to be seeing that one locked down. What we are also not going to be seeing a lockdown is the Loki. So very eager to see what they can achieve into this one. Will they be able to find their best foot forward?
Yeah, Loki's taken away. Going to be Cloak and Dagger locked in there for QUT. So we're going to be seeing Emma Frost taken in terms of Macquarie. And final bans to come out here for both of these sides. And there's a... Oh, sorry, final lock and final ban to come in through here. Macquarie thinking about that Magneto for bot frag. I was going to say, as I said, one of those guys that's been performing pretty well for Macquarie. Final ban here for QUT. And they'll be taking away the Cloak and Dagger, potentially. They're thinking about it very, very heavily, because there's a lot of hotly contested picks, but it will be Cloak taken away, locked in for QUT. And, well, we'll get to see the Torch out of Talisman, because Macquarie didn't opt to ban the Torch on their side of things.
Yeah, I don't know what's the go there, Tony. Yeah, that's something. They're gonna feel it after
and the
this.
Ultron too, the Iron Man as well. Oh god!
I think they're just gonna rain down hellfire from the skies. Honestly, oh maybe not. Juicy's on the Venom instead. Maybe they wanted to give them a moment's grace, you know. Yeah, that could be it. My goodness, that is going to be tough though to deal with the Human Torch there coming in to the flying composition with Ultron to deal with as well. So, oh no. There we go, they've switched it up. So we are seeing both, Tony. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
Yeah, Juicy's going to be rocking that one. I thought Juicy was going to be in the Iron Man, but the comms are flowing. I'm like, alright, Talisman, you Iron Man, Juicy gets to rock the Torch. Macquarie, it's going to be Accelerate. On the Tried and Trusted Psylocke, I was going to say, one of those guys that kind of known for some of those dive-heavy characters. I believe, you know, that's why the Black Panther was taken away. Don't want to allow that one, but Hashi as well going to be playing onto the Phoenix. Dumb Chicken with Captain America is an interesting one, especially with the fact that QT have so many flyers at their disposal. It's going to be a rough one.
Doubts on that in my mind at all, Mr. Tony. It's going to be a rough one indeed, and we need to see if they are going to find more from it for Accelerate. It's going to be taken out of the mix there, so very unfortunate. But it's going to be a very fortunate for QUT right now. They are facing their opponent's head first into here, and see if they can get even more power, even more potential through as well. There you go. Tashi does find Juicy, so good impact in the Torch there, but they aren't able to further it because the rest of their team is just punished. Like, they're taking it out of the mix immediately. QUT though, good to take on this mission area, and the percentage is starting to build up.
Ooh, that's a great staggered KO there. Omni-Man finding Accelerate there in the backline. And that's what you want out of your Ultron, right? Sniping down at range with that tractor beam. With, of course, as well, the Iron Man at the front. QCXO as well. Playing this very aggressive Magneto in the front line perfectly. Kind of dodging and ducking fights as they come towards them. Macquarie, they did opt to swap Accelerate onto the Hela, so look at him maybe potentially deal with these flyers, but Talisman hovering above as they come on out, looking for the Pulse Cannon. Will find Crescent. Bot frag though in the meantime with the Magneto Meteor M. Will find Rexy in the backline. Talisman still be able to find another pick, but Macquarie are able to capture the mission area.
Yeah, great to see that they were able to get that one through there, and looking to see if they can get some more from it as well as stick it out at their best to give us some more of that damage. But it's the revenge of the Flyers. They are looking to take this one a step closer. Big fire being dished out towards Tashi as well. Juicy just locked into that one. One and the same, like the Talisman just trying to hunt down that gap, and it's just a bunch of trouble coming their way. But QUT now locking in with the range of Ultron straight into the Supernova as well, and it's one and the same from Macquarie. Here we go, Toad.
And Song Inferno comes out. Meteor M didn't quite hit. We'll see. Soul Resurgence coming out. Jay able to find a crucial pick there on a Crescently, as we'll see QUT walking up to the point. The ultimates didn't really quite find any of the KOs that were necessary, but QUT in the meantime were able to slowly draw out the fight, and they will take it against Macquarie. They'll be able to cap the mission area once again. And well, for the likes of Macquarie, they do still have some ultimates online at their disposal. Will have the Pulse Cannon available here for Talisman. So Macquarie, they're going to have to be careful walking around chokes they don't have info on.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful, be cautious about what they don't have info on here and where they might be looking to go, but it's going to be tougher to find more from it at the moment. The Talisman still dishing out damage from afar here. Does have the invincible pulse cannon available, so that could be good, but Freedom Charge is going to be coming out right now. Delulu, all strategists are locked out for Macquarie right now, and QUT can take advantage of that very quickly.
Yeah, and Sog Inferno coming out here from Tush. It doesn't quite hit its mark, though. And overtime will tick 99%, almost to the full 100. Omni-Man finding that pick on Atashi Accelerate. Trying to find something. Goddess of Death isn't going to be able to be deployed. And the first point of burn into T'Challa will be picked up by QUT.
Yeah, Stellar Spaceport is going to be locked down there. Now we move to the Imperial Institute of Science. And eager to see what that all looks like, Mr. TwoTapTony, as get down to business. Ooh, they're feeling sharp, as the Talisman should. Absolutely, but
30 seconds before you
let's see what's next into this one, Mr. Tony. Let's see what else they can do here. As we have only 20 more seconds preparation. And I reckon it's time for that 1,000-fold slash.
Yeah, time for a change up in the composition for the likes of Macquarie. We'll still see Bot Frag, of course, on that Magneto.
4,
Lulu still going to be rocking the suit. So, a few different things. It's going to be Tashi
got it.
over towards the Hela to try and find these flyers for the moment, but mission area will unlock in a little bit. We'll see Talisman try to take away some early damage there, controlling the height already. Macquarie have to be careful though. Accelerate off to the right hand side for the moment. Could find a crucial strategist there.
Could be good, but what we are seeing right now is the fate of both worlds on both sides. Rexy 42 later to activate, so they will be able to reap the rewards of that one. And Omni-Man catching Tashi outside of the distance. 1,000-fold slash from Accelerate. Oh, they aren't able to find much from it though, are they? Like Omni-Man still alive, still present in this fight, not alerty to say goodnight. And we'll see Supernova coming in with the invisible boundary there, but there's still so much more to be found, and QDXO not able to get much from it, but Bot Frag may get something. No meteors are going to hit their mark today, but there will be much more blows to be traded. Let's try and see who can take this one away. No one has even taken the mission area as yet, Tony. It's still a hot contest on this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's heating up there. Juicy. We're getting up those pillars of flame, getting some damage through. But still no KOs here. Very slow fight. I was gonna say Macquarie will pop the eye of Agamotto, but it's not gonna quite hit its mark. Accelerate with the blade will be dashing across here, trying to get a crucial pick here for their side, but is forced back. Juicy once again on this torch as being an absolute threat. Triple KO for Juicy. And finally, the point will be captured. QUT will pick it up.
Pick it up and lock it down, Mr. Tone, ready to zone it out and see if they can do more with it. Oh my goodness. Juicy is so focused, they're twitching on it. Let's see. They are looking to do, Tony, but ultimates are going to be locked in right now. QUT is still doing good stuff to zone it out, but 1,000-fold slash comes out there. Their team is not really with them to take advantage of it though, so QUT are just going to be able to rain Hellfire down with the Rage of Ultron and just going to take advantage of the situation and do whatever they please here. Like, they're singling out these KOs one after the other. The Talisman even locking down 4 out of that Endeavor, and it's just very impressive to see what they can do with that kind of momentum behind them.
That is, that's crazy at Omni-Man. Able to pop the Rage of Ultron so deep there towards the backline of Macquarie. Normally you don't get to see Ultrons have that freedom of space, but just how QTXO and QUT overall have been playing, it's very, very hard to deal with these flyers. I was going to say even Tashi is struggling right now. Invisible Pulse Cannon, big help by Talisman right now. Supernova coming out. He's able to dodge for the moment. Fate of Both Worlds is able to get accelerate forward towards the point. Supernova doesn't really hit anything. Soul Surgeons here out of J. Supernova doesn't find anything. The Eye of Agamotto will be popped towards the backline. Bot Frag will be able to find QTXO. The fate of both worlds to keep everybody else online here for QUT, but they need to find some crucial picks right now.
Oh yeah, gonna be able to bring it up and bring it down, Macquarie. Gonna be zoned out of this one, so not gonna be happy with that QUT, but what they are gonna be happy with is the power they can build upon now, and let's see. They are going to be able to activate once again here. QUT are desperately trying to clamber around, see if they can break their way out of this choke point. They are going to be faced with a world of problems unless they can get back onto the mission area here. Speaking of, here we go. 1000 Volt Splash coming out in the range of Ultron there. Jane going to be the first one to fall. Omni-Man one in the same, focusing up on those strategists there. Rexy42 still going to be up, still going to be good, but their teammates maybe not so much. QTXO has managed to evacuate. Ooh, the damage from the Talisman would have been good to find that Vanguard there, but alas, they are going to have to fall back and see if they can live to fight another day.
You'll have to walk it back. Dashi going to dish out some damage there on the Talisman. So now we'll see QUT make their approach once again up to the high ground. Goes Dumb Chicken, but will be forced to fall a little bit further. Juicy. And QUT will make their approach. Meteor is available here for QUT if they want to pop it. Bot Frag as well does have that one available. Percentage slowly ticking up. Meteor will come out with the fate of both worlds from both sides. And it will be a snipe on to accelerate. Not the target he was after, but the target he'll definitely take. Supernova now as well from Juicy. Getting all of that damage out, but the invisible boundary here from Delulu keeping everybody healthy for the moment. Potfrag does have that Magneto Meteor M, but all the picks are going towards QUT. It's another from Juicy. It's another from QTXO. Portal back to the point to stall for the percentage. Just that little bit longer to get them to about 97, 98%. It will finally tick QUT. Talisman goes to the portal. He's a little bit under fire for the moment, and MQU Macquarie will be able to walk back with the Meteor out from Botfrag.
Oh, it's major. It's massive. They managed to get exactly the KOs they need. A Dumb Chicken trying to get on. Oh, they made it. They're back online. Somehow not going down, but they will eventually perish. So, giving it their best there, but alas, it's QUT to steer this series right in their direction. So, the first map is theirs. They have claimed Burden T'Challa.
Yeah, huge pickup, and MVP deserved. Juicy 26 KOs there. And well, QUT with first point, first blood been struck here. And I was going to say as well, Talisman playing that Iron Man. Just the fact that they were allowed to play the Flyers is so confusing to me.
Yeah, they just had just such a aerodynamic composition out of that. You know, we saw just grand potential out of the Torch, Iron Man, Ultron. Everybody was in the sky. Even Strange was in the sky. It was just insane to see what they were able to do there, and very keen to see what's next. You know, do we see the Torch banned out next time? I'm curious, Tony, very curious, and hopefully they will be banning that out. But you know what? Maybe not. In the Empire of Eternal Night, it's mid-down for our next map, everybody, so get keener for that one. Mid-down is going to be on deck.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We saw a very close Midtown just previously. So, yeah, this one might be much the same if we see Macquarie bounce back. But what a start for QUT. As we said, one of those teams that kind of surprised us at the start of the season have been looking good week after week.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that, Tony. I think that they've been looking pretty solid week after week. I think they've definitely shown their presence. I think QUT, they got that Omni-Man power there. Definitely a powerful factor. But, it's not just Omni-Man. It's a team effort. And very eager to see what else they are going to be able to cook up and achieve as we prepare ourselves for the Empire of Eternal Night for Midtown into the Convoy map. It's going to be fun times ahead of us, Tony. We've got a greatness on its way, and I'm just happy to have you on board for the journey.
Yeah, I was gonna say, normally I'm behind the scenes pressing all the buttons, and good to come out from the curtain from occasion. And I was gonna say, these teams have been giving me a show, man. Props to all the teams that have been playing this evening. This has been a great night of action.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Tony. We thought we were going to go the full distance, honestly, and we almost did, but not today. Not today, my man, and very excited to see what else will be coming through into this one as the draft phase is ready to go.
And, immediate ban there being hovered by Macquarie. No one wants the torch this time around. Nobody wants that smoke, Matt, so... Great identifier there from Macquarie, realizing that, we can't just let the Flyers through.
Absolutely not. It's just disallowed, unheard of. But we are seeing a very similar occurrence here where we have Luna locked down and it's going to be Mantis locked out. So do not want to see the Soul Resurgence activated any longer, but they're going to lock in Luna for themselves. So Fate of Both Worlds will be online once again, and expect our Magneto to try and countersuit that one. And it looks like Power of Ultron will be denied from Macquarie.
Yeah, take it away. Macquarie don't get to, flex their muscles on the Flyers. And for the likes of QUT as well, going to be taking away the Loki from Crescent. As I said, has been very, very impressive from the side of Macquarie on that pick. So Emma as well being taken out of the picture. QUT, unfortunately, won't get to bring that one to fruition. My question is, do we see any priority towards the Magneto for both of these teams? Because both Mags were pretty good.
Agreed. We saw some really impressive dunks come through there, and just eager to see what else they are going to be able to achieve here. I think that it's a good things to come, but Mag's going to be gone, and that makes a lot of sense. It's such a priority pick, such a priority countersuit against them, and I think that there's a lot that they can do there.
Yeah, rightfully so. Both teams taking away Magneto. We'll see Loki lock in here for QUT. And as well, final bans were pretty close to mirror. I was going to say the Mantis being taken away. And I was going to say a little bit more flexibility. Ultron here available once again for Omni-Man. So they might look to go for it. Iron Man is still as well available. Could look to play in towards... a little bit of an interesting composition, but we'll see. Potential for 4 strategists here on the side of QUT.
4. Not the number you usually see, Tony.
No, not at all.
Curious. You know what? It makes sense, Tony. Because if you remember the Marvel Rivals art book, Adam Warlock is a duelist.
Absolutely.
So, yep. That's what it is. Adam Warlock is a duelist. So it all makes sense, Tony. We've pieced the puzzle together.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. As of course we'll wait to see what happens. But yeah, 4 strategists here. I was going to say Omni-Man's, I guess, a quote-unquote pseudo duelist in a way. I was going to say the way Omni-Man's been playing this, Ultron especially, has been dishing out a ton of damage. But yeah, I was going to say it's a lot of reliance on Omni-Man and the Black Panther player to find those initial KOs there, find those initial picks on this attacking side, especially. Very, I was going to say, have to be on guard for the other team here, Macquarie. Hopefully, of course, we'll get back into this one in a second. I was going to say, very much didn't mind the blade pick out of Accelerate, and it gets a little bit more value here, especially with the fact that there's 4 strategists now running around here for QUT.
Yeah, I can agree with that one, Tone. You know, I think that they definitely are able to get a lot of value out of that pick there. I'm curious, like, how it'll go, because, I mean, we saw 4 duelists and 2 strategists earlier tonight, and now we're seeing, like, the opposite, or some different form of that. So it's just insane to see the possibilities of these compositions. You know, you talked on it earlier, how there's a reason that they don't have a specific role queue there, and you know the developers wanted to see our players be as flexible as they can, and if they can make something work, then own it. You know, and I think that it's great that players aren't limited in that aspect. You know, that they can play kind of whatever they want, whenever they want, because if you can make something work, you know, no matter how ridiculous it may appear on paper, then I think that it's fantastic. You know, you could see eventually something which sounds heinous at the moment, but like it could be like a full 6 strategist composition, Tony, or like 6 vanguards. Like it just it's insane to think about, right? But we could see anything.
I don't think we'll see 6 strategists, though. I was going to say, with all the ban priorities that are coming out from all of these teams, I don't see a world where we'll see all of those strategists let through, right?
Well, look, maybe not now, because obviously the amount of them is quite limited in nature right now. But I think as new characters get released into the game, there's definitely, you know, that potential for that to be a possibility. So who knows? You know, maybe we'll see Daredevil be a strategist. I don't know about that, Tone. There's been a lot of yarn spun around the Twitter sphere. Like nobody actually knows what he is. Neither do I, for that matter. You know, they've been saying, "Oh yeah, he's a duelist." Oh no, he's actually a vanguard. Oh no, he's actually a strategist. So it's just kind of been a lot of yarn spinning at the moment. And you know what? Until like his role is fully confirmed, that's all you can do. Just spin yarn until we hit season 4.5 in October-ish. I think that's just before big weekend.
Yeah.
So, keen to see.
I was going to say, I'm keen to see as well how Angela plays, right? We've been seeing a little thing around the Twitter sphere about how Angela will be a very dive-heavy Vanguard. So it feels like, you know, we've got flyer meta at the moment, and it's kind of dwindling a little bit, but still it's prevalent. We might see a lot of change up back towards heavy dive compositions. Wolverine, Angela could be a scary duo to go against if you're any strategist player.
Yeah, so I've been seeing a bit around the Twitter sphere around that character. You know, a lot of the international professional players have had access to that character on their early access patch line. Unfortunately, I know that some personnel within our region haven't been as lucky, unless you're part of the creator space there. But yeah, it's been interesting to see kind of some of the talk around that from some of the personnel who do have access, right? Where they've said that it seems at the moment like Angela's counted out by things like the Emma Frost, like the thing, just really maybe not as strong as what we were hoping. Where like it seems like the potential around her at the moment is kind of singling out targets rather than being like able to take on all the targets, so to speak, right? So then playing into that, you'd think that maybe you'd be able to use it in unison with something like the Wolverine, right? Where you can just really lock into that single target potential there. Or let's say play into like a full stun composition, right? Where you can kind kind of play around I don't know, a group with Strangling Prison, just all that stuff that kind of locks you in place. You know, even a Strange with the Maya Vagamoto there, just all these things that really lock you in. Even a Mantis like Luna with the freeze there. There's a lot of stuff you can do. Even Squirrel Girl, for that matter. I think that Squirrel Girl would be huge in a comp like that, but it's all hypotheticals at this point in time. You know, we'll find out more when we see some of our favorites lock into it into the next patch, and I'm keen to see it. But while we get things resolved on this side, everybody, we are going to be heading to a break, so we'll be back momentarily. Howdy do! Welcome back from me to you, and we are online for some AEL University Elite Series here with Matsy and TwoTapTony. And Tony, how you feeling?
Feeling great. I was going to say, we got to see a very interesting first domination there out of both of our teams, and hopefully we'll get to see an interesting Midtown coming up. Matt, it's I was going to say, we got a little bit of a teaser as to what the picks will be, and of course we'll get back into it very soon. But how are you feeling? I was going to say, it's been a long evening for us so far.
Yeah, you know, it's been a long day, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm feeling good, Tony. I'm feeling energized. I'm always feeling energized, you know? I'm feeling good. I feel like it's a good one. It's a great one. It's even greater because you're here, Tony. Love to see it. But definitely excited for what's to come out of this game. You know, I think that our players are doing the best that they can, and I think that we're going to be doing the best that we can too. But definitely excited for what's to come out of the game itself. You know, I think that we've got good times ahead as we're into the game. Hello. Here we go, Tony. Game online. Game start.
So back, QUT opting to play one on the mission vehicle while the rest of them take up on the high ground here. And I was going to say, interesting as well, Macquarie are playing a little bit further back for the moment. Accelerate. He's going to find a stun there. Juicy almost getting caught up there. Talisman on towards the dive with the Black Panther. Will be frozen up by Crescently. And that's a quick KO there for Macquarie.
It sure is, Tony. And there's going to be more where that came from, my man. As trying to zone it out at the moment. It's Magic on the deck here. See if Tashi look down a KO or two into this one. BkWhatOCE are good with the walls as well. Going to be able to isolate those picks there. Juicy, one of the same. Great potential. A Dumb Chicken is taken out of the mix there. And would be more where that came from. There you go, Tony. Look at that. Best duelist in the game, everybody. It's Adam Warlock.
Absolutely the best duelist there. Talisman and Juicy combining for some huge KOs there. They'll look to stall as well on to Dumb Chicken, who's running away towards the spawn here. So we'll see QUT continue to push through.
Yeah, pushing through straight into Portal Town. And Rage of Ultron going to be coming out with Basta Sand. One of the same with the Strangling Prison. Fate of Both Worlds going to be coming out there, as well as Jeff Dime, Rexy42 trying the best they can. And see if they are going to be able to do more. Ooh, it's time. The Karmic Revival come out there. But thing is, no one's down, Tony. So I don't know. Well, you know, it worked out. Rexy's down. There you go. That's what they needed. Good potential there. Good potential. And there's more to follow.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, Juicy playing Adam like a duelist. And we'll see Talisman with some quick KOs. Everybody getting involved here for QT. And it will be QDXO finding that final KO. So, point will be capped. First mission area going to be unlocked in 4 minutes on the clock for QUT to play with.
That's it. More KOs to play with. More KOs to be found. And let's see what else they can do here. There's Tashi on the Wolverine. Ooh, target acquired. And it's Adam Warlock. That's it. Juicy. Jones on it. Gonna see if they can take more into this one, Mr. Tony. They slash their way through the walls there and gonna stall things out. But QDXO are gonna be first one down, and it's Fast Descent online for a double down.
I was going to say Tashi attempting the kidnap there. Let's stop Talisman in their tracks for the moment, but they're playing slippery right now with the Wolverine pick and the Black Panther pick too. Omni-Man. Well, Tash accelerate there. Trying to hide, but again, Juicy wielding this Warlock like it's a duelist. Omni-Man will walk up with a Rage of Ultron to find the strategist vulnerable in the backline. Botfrag can't do anything about it because the Magnetor's not available, and they will stall out another KO here for QUT, and they'll continue to push this mission vehicle.
That's it, Tony. Gonna be pushing up that mission vehicle all the way and see which way they will be able to sway this one together, my man, as they are gonna give it their absolute best here. Here we go. It's time to follow up, time to power on here. They're trying their best to stall it out into this one. Big brute of power on a track, but it's time for the Strangling Prison into the fate of both worlds there, and UT are not able to get it over the line, but maybe in a second, Macquarie could.
It is going to be Tashi walking up with the last stand, though. Jay does have the fate of both worlds online here for QUT. Bastard set coming out there from Talisman. Will be able to fight presently, and looking for a little bit more onto the backline. Delaware and Accelerate. It will be the Chi. Karmic Revive coming out from Juicy, as we'll see everybody fight. It's a scrappy one at that. Tashi able to find Jay, and Accelerate will be able to go for the height. Karmic Revival will be able to find two. Omni-Man Rage of Ultron as well. We'll see QT actually come out on top of this fight.
Yeah, coming out on top of it and looking to see if they can do much more with it, Tony, but QT still going to be in it, still going to be giving it their best here, but the best is going to be pushing them closer and closer over the edge. As you'll see, uh-oh, it's a kidnapping! Black Panther going to be taken out of the equation there. Psionic Seduction coming online as well. Delulu actually going to be KO'd in the process there. So solid impact coming from that one. It's going to be the Strangling Prison coming out as well. A Dumb Chicken held in place at least for a second here. Going to be isolated by the walls as well. Another Strangling Prison going to be online here. Going to give it their best. Juicy onto the Spider-Man as well. Good pick for this time of the game, considering how close they are to pushing it over the edge. But they still need to isolate these picks. Still need to get a KO or two through.
Accelerate meditating there in the back line. And we'll be looking for, once again, Talisman pick onto Delulu. We'll walk it up there. Last stand coming out. Fate of both worlds from both sides. As everybody's staying healthy, everybody's staying out of the casualty zone. Great pull there for the Spider-Man and Juicy. Accelerate just trying to do something back. Juicy XO. Buster Set come out as well from Talisman on towards the strategist there. Just forcing them back to the spawn. It's Omni-Man Rage of Ultron too. And then we'll see the spectacular spin for good measure from Juicy. And Accelerate and Tashi has swapped over to the Spider-Man themselves. Jeff Time coming out for Rexy to try and stall these DPS, these duelists, from getting back on towards the point. 4 meters left here to push the QUT, but they are getting stalled out at the moment.
Yeah, getting singled out. Are going to be in a world of trouble here. And let's see what else they can do. It is going to be the Strangling Prison coming out once again, and more to follow. And just like that, Tony, finally, at long last, they will be able to push it over the line. So it is going to be time for the switch up. Time to see who can take control here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here. Radar push there coming out from the side of QUT. And we'll, of course, go over around to Macquarie. Now, what do they bring to the table? Tashi's thinking about the Scarlet Witch, of all things.
We'll see some reality erasure coming through there, Tony. My goodness.
Nice working with you,
All coming down to
Sure.
business here, Tony.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, and as well, I believe playing into the Rocket team up as well. So a lot of different things here for Macquarie. Accelerate now going over to the Emma. So, yeah, I was going to say Macquarie kind of digging deep into their pool here, and that's what you want to see. I was going to say we heard from Mickey about how many different kind of heroes they could play there that were able to get them across the line for UTS, and well, we're going to be seeing Macquarie employ the same strategy QTXO going to be playing on the corner here with the Groot, of course. Again, still triple strategist set up here for QUT. Seeing what they can do with a double dive here from the duelist. It is going to be Talisman bopping and weaving there with Juicy. But no KOs yet. There's going to be just a lot of damage dealt. Macquarie is able to finally capture the card here, but QTXO is looking to walk up here with the Groot, dishing out a ton of damage, putting up the walls, and just stalling for the time, for the moment. And we're going to be seeing Talisman still up on this height, just looking for the crucial pick, looking for the opportunity. Tashi will find that quick KO there onto Juicy, and it will be a pickup. It is going to be that double out of Tashi. We'll see Macquarie start to push this cart a little bit further. Accelerate. Getting some damage in for the moment. We'll use that crystal as well to do a little bit more damage. QT are sent packing for the moment. Omni-Man slow ionic seduction here out of Accelerate. It's absolutely perfect. Finding 3 quick KOs. Looking for a stagger here onto Rexy, but they're just trying to stall. As QUT, they might have to send themselves to the spawn region. And we'll see Macquarie push that cart just a little bit more. A strange portal here for Juicy. On towards the mission vehicle. They do have a few ultimates. We do have the Rage of Ultron. We'll see Strangling Prison. Immediately the Wombo combo. Orality Erasure coming out here from the side of Macquarie, but it doesn't do anything. Dumb Chicken with the BRB beacon will bring one back to life. And we'll see QT fight for this one. Jeff Time coming out of Rexy onto Crescent in the back line. As Fate of Both Worlds is gone from Jay. Mission vehicle has been capped. Another point will go to Macquarie. As Bot Frag will pick up that staggered KO onto Jay. And now Juicy is in a little bit of a rough spot right now. As Crescently and the rest of Macquarie will look to push it here. And of course, Agamotto comes up for Juicy, but will be taken out by Bot Frag and for QT. Now are going to have to think about their next approach because the last two haven't paid off for them, even off of the portal play. We'll see. Once again, just keeping everybody healthy. Presently, we'll be able to catch their great freeze onto Talisman. We'll see Buster Set come out as they dash across, and it is going to be Fate of Both Worlds coming across here. Another one from Tashi. Psionic Seduction here from Accelerate. As once again, QUT are left wounded, scattered. Eye of Agamotto into the Maelstrom. It's 2 back in return from Juicy. QUT are now pretty healthy, and they will be able to stall for this cart. For Tashi, dealing out a ton of damage with that strange team up. It is going to be a Eye of Agamotto. That was good. Death Time comes out now here for the likes of Rexy. And it is going to be one swallowed up, one ally picked up, and we'll see QUT fight for this mission vehicle.
That they will. They are going to be locked and loaded here, Tony, and looking to give it their absolute best into this one. It's going to be impressive stuff on its way through. Rage of Ultron are going to be on a line here, and here we go. It's locked in, trying their best to press straight into enemy lines here. Ooh, Rocket is taking punishment, and may yet get zoned out, but no, Crescent is going to be the one zoned out there, so not going to be able to do too much with it at all here. Look at that, Juicy straight into the front line as well, trying their best to press them out, and without a doubt, they will food their pressure and take them all the way back.
Yeah, great swap up there, QT. Identifying that they've still got the Flyers online so they can bring the Iron Man back. And we saw what it did for them in that first point of domination. We'll see a ton of damage dished out. I was going to say, I guess this area as well allows for a little bit more of that verticality. As we'll see, once again, Talisman playing in a very sneaky angle. Pulse Cannon comes out, but it doesn't quite hit its mark. That allows Macquarie now to walk up with the Psionic Seduction, with the Eternal Bond. They've got so much ultimate pressure. QUT, they're set packing for the moment, able to stay healthy. Crescently will find some quick KOs, the Jeff too. And of course, the Iron Man not going to be able to do anything. Captain America Ultimate take it and use Juicy really just here to stall. Fate of Both Worlds is good for Macquarie as they'll continue to push.
Continue to push and continue to do whatever they can in this one, Mr. Tony, and very keen to see if they are going to be able to get exactly what they want from this one. BkWhatOCE comes in around the back, though. Maelstrom available. They buy an Omni Man. Traded out on the Crescent, though. Jay, good with the fate of both worlds there. It's exactly what QUT needed to hold down the mission vehicle on this one. But the online could be a big issue built up for them. But saying that, they're holding pretty confidently, I'd say. Their composure, unmatched. They're not going to be fussed at all here, Tony. And this frontal pressure coming out from Juicy as well. It was great in practice until they got chokeslammed out of the mix.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Talisman there. The balls to walk up and just kind of beam the face of the Strange is absolutely insane. But, of course, QUT once again find themselves at this second choke, and they're able to hold it for the moment. Invisible Pulse Cannon online once again. Rage of Ultron too. Macquarie don't have any ultimates to play with. Even got the Jeff time available for Rexy, so this is going to be a hard one to deal with. Rexy's all the way towards the back end of things here. Juicy on the strategist as well, just being an absolute menace. Seduction coming out here from Accelerate to try and get these flyers out, but we'll see Rage of Ultron, and we'll see all of the strategists disappear. The blink of an eye, the mission victory now trying to be capped up here by the rest of Macquarie, but they are falling. Jeff time comes out from Rexy, swallows up bot frag, and that is going to be overtime tick, and Macquarie will lose it out to QUT. The Flyers are too strong, Matt.
1, 2, 3.
My goodness. The Flyers just are flying away with that one. Really impressed with how they managed to keep themselves composed and how they managed to propose their Path to victory. So, QDXO going to be the MVP on that one. Fair enough. Blocking off those lines of sight on the grid was impressive and definitely found their fair share of impacts into that one. So, very keen to see what else is going to be able to flow through into this turn, as we had one hell of a game just now.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I was going to say a lot more prio towards the different kind of compositions, the torches being taken away, but still, Iron Man ruling the skies, Ultron as well. And I was going to say, a little bit of adaptation there, bringing out the Strange team up wasn't too bad. Tashi performing pretty well on the Scarlet, but unfortunately, just, I was going to say, coming to life when it matters most. QTXO as well on that Groot with the 29 eliminations. Omni-Man with 36 KOs. Strong game out of both of these teams.
Yeah, really strong game, I've got to say, and very keen to see more of that, Tony. I think we've had some great energy, and we're going to get even more. Welcome in, Jay!
How you doing, guys?
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you on board, and big congrats to you and the team on a big victory there. You know, it was definitely looking like a lot of presence from you guys. And how did you feel, I guess, coming into both of those maps there? Like, it felt like you guys were very adaptable to the compositions that they brought before you.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the same story as before. We just knew that we had the prettiest backline in the comp, so we can play with our support compositions, right? Like, we tend to shine and sparkle on pretty much anything we do. So shout out Rex in particular, showing the flexibility today on the Jeff.
Yeah, love to see it. I believe I was going to say you guys experimented four strategists at some stage. But I want to, I guess, draw your attention back to map 1. How are you feeling with the fact that they let all of the flyers through for that first pawn?
I think they just didn't really expect us to be able to play so many of them. I mean, we've showed the Ultron look like a couple of times, but I don't think they were like quite ready for Juicy on Torch, and we saw them kind of like suffer for that, and they ended up banning it game 2. But yeah, I think they just weren't quite ready for it, and yeah, I think a bit of a shoddy draft by them, to be honest.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay, a bit of a learning lesson, I suppose, for them. But in terms of you guys, I guess, reflecting on, you know, moving in towards next week, new patch, new way to play the game, so to speak. How confident are you feeling that your team will be able to adapt around the new changes?
Yeah, I mean, we've actually never scrimmed, so we've been adapting pretty much every game. So I don't think it'll be any different when the patch changes. We'll just figure it out on the fly and keep being who we are, pretty much.
No, that's great to hear, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing how everybody performs coming into next week. I think it'll be a great new battlefield, and curious to see how Angela might change things up. But yeah. Anyway, got to say big congrats to you on the squad once again. You know, killing it. Love to see the quad strategist, or maybe it was just 3 strategists, because according to that Marvel Rivals art book, Adam Warlock's a duelist. So maybe that was the play all along. Nah, just messing. But great to see you guys do well, and yeah, really hope to see more of that from you coming into the next weeks.
Cheers.
There you go. Great to hear from our players as always there, Tony. Big shout out to Jay for coming on board for the interview here tonight, and definitely keen to see if they manage to make it through once again for next week's interview. Always good to get good vibes from the players.
Yeah, and I was gonna say we had some interesting games this evening, Matt, and as we check a look at our league play match day 6 to see how it all fared. I was gonna say some 2-0s to start it off, and then we got an absolute bloodbath there. UTS UNSW was UTS coming out on top with the 2-1, but we went into overtime. That last one, it was absolute anarchy, and then this one was a little bit more calm. QUT were able to keep themselves collected with a nice little 2-0. So a few 2-0s in there, but I definitely feel like UTS taking it against UNSW is probably the highlight of today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was like I said in the interview there, it was like David taking down Goliath. Insane. And let's take a look at how the standings have changed up now, because what does that mean, Tony? That means every team has been defeated at least once now. UNSW still going to be on top. They've still their confident run, certainly keeping up with them. They can afford a loss, and they're going to be able to hold on strong there. But speaking of strength, RMIT, hello, have clawed their way up to second place now. QUT in a third place there. UTS so close behind in fourth place. One in the same. Monash going to be tied up with UTS on a fourth place there. And sixth place going to be Macquarie, following with a Swinburne and a Deakin. But wow, this has just been really tight competition, Tony, pretty much the whole way through. No matter what the placements are in this league right now, I feel like in one circumstance or another, every team in this competition is capable of beating one another. Next week, I'm hopeful it's Deakin. They can get their first win on the board. I feel like they deserve it at this point, Tony. They've been working so hard for it.
Yeah, they've been fighting for it tooth and nail. Swinburne as well. I was going to say definitely teams that definitely deserve a W in the end of things. And as you said, it is going to be hectic action going into the future weeks, because not much separates any of these teams right now.
That's right. Definitely going to be a tight competition, and if you want to be the best you can be, make sure to use an AGON by AOC monitor. AGON by AOC is the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But that's not all you got to consider. You got to power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And of course, as well, Indomie the Noodle partner here, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie meagerang will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Again, Matt, shout out to all our lovely sponsors, and such a jam-packed day of action that we've had.
That's it, jam-packed day. And if you want to reflect on all the action, make sure you follow AEL, AU Esports League, on all our social medias, X, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, you name it, we are on it. We got highlights all around there. Make sure you get around it. Definitely going to be a great way to track the action, especially from today. So many great plays and so many more to come. But we are going to be back at same time, same place next week with more Marvel Rivals, everybody. Stay tuned for that. It is going to be absolutely wicked. The games are getting better and better every week, and I can't wait to see you there.